Yeah, well, no, my connection on my side is up. Connected not the aux, but the USB cable. So it's a clean connection. That's why you can hear me. That's good. You can hear me on the meeting.
Yeah, I can hear you from
Yes, yes. So I can hear you. So yeah, meaning it's a mic pickup. I should maybe drop the call and join again. But testa we are clean without any connection to the laptop so that we know maybe interference from the connection. See what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, but like we tested it yesterday, last night, but without any connection.
Now I'm seeing my settings, but my settings are on set. The built-in speakers, I mean, yeah, the mic built-in laptop and the video is only the Black Magic.
Yeah, I was like, maybe. Oh, it's on the Black Magic. Maybe it might be that interference. On your side, on the top left hand side, there's the
I'm not gonna use the mic.
Okay, no, wait to it. But test out if the Black Magic is interfering with your
my mic.
So you're gonna maybe remove the Black Magic for now, and then let's test the mic. Yeah. If it's that interference, we can solve it.
Okay. Let me just remove. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, my Billy. Say something again.
Sure, CJ.
Can hear you.
You can hear me.
Can hear you. Okay.
Okay, let me put back on E then. Okay, my Black Magic is back on. Can you hear me?
Wait. Yeah, say something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. I can hear.
You can hear me.
Maybe do 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Sure.
1, 2, 3.
Let me answer you with let me just drop the phone.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, perfect. But you need to ask someone. Shop, you can hear me on your side as well, eh?
I'm here, CJ.
No, perfect.
You can hear me.
I'm not sure. You're not visible to anyone. You can switch on the camera quick, so we just do both at the same time. Yeah. No.
Okay, let me just check the camera. Yeah. Yes, from what I So
oh no. Oh no, or maybe busy at them.
Or I may switch up. Open his camera.
Are you opening the camera? No, you can just open your own camera. I mean the webcam. Oh, done.
Yeah, I switch on his camera.
Yeah, at the same time, Marginana, who will be busy or something. It just went quiet.
Guys, you're 2 hours late.
Can start 10, nearly 80.
Time.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
Oh, start time. Yeah, let's go to 2 hours. So,
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking about.
now, also, did you have the program?
I don't, because apparently it's changing.
Has it changed?
Oh, it's changed.
What are we
Let's check it on that.
It's a problem. Oh, maybe we should your connection. Okay.
So,
Sorry, I think Velolan on any connection problem.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do I need? Must I call you? On the
Yeah,
side?
maybe call him on the side. Yeah,
We are about to start.
okay, last thing you see, not about.
Actually, on the QR code is the final, the latest one.
Yeah.
With people, the one that I have open now.
Yeah.
So, we choose a button. Otherwise, we patamisa.
What's the Wi-Fi password? And I bring my bag here. No, but I did go fast. So do I need to?
I withdraw it.
Hey, Sister area was asking if they can switch for us to see so that we are able to see your vision and the
Yeah.
sound at the same
Okay, do it.
time. See it? I switch.
Yeah, Eragi.
I said, yeah, good now. Okay. No. Wow.
I'm on the internet connection. Yeah, but again, I'm out. Hey, internet connection. Sorry. Ooh. Not bad. Don't go there.
Just stay on the line with me until we are. Okay. Can I take it to this one, Catherine?
You can both. I should work.
Do you have the final one on the QR code? Can you send it to me on WhatsApp or email me the program?
Okay.
Because I have the draft one, not the final. A very good morning to you all. Distinguished guests, esteemed leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, colleagues, friends of AB4IR, all protocol observed. What a privilege it is this morning to welcome you to this special occasion, the official launch of AB4IR, under a very powerful theme this morning, where we are focused on women leading humanity to sustainable tech and innovation. Please give yourselves a round of applause for being with us this morning. Today is not simply the launch of an initiative. Today is a reminder of the journey of AB4IR from inception to where it is today. Annually, we celebrate women worldwide in innovation, incubation, and technology. And for the last 4 years, I have had the privilege of being the master of this amazing, powerful connection with women, innovators, and change makers. For those that do not know me, my name is Karabo Bongo, and I am all the way from the beautiful township of Soweto in Dube. Today, we are reminded of this amazing movement that was established by Ms. K years ago when she realized that it is important for us to recognize that the future is near and the future starts with us. The future is not only about being innovative. The future is about being inclusive, closing the digital gap, creating sustainability, and really making sure that whatever we do is transformative and is always human-centered. There's an African saying that says, if you go alone, you can't go fast. Or rather, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, we have to do it together. As I said, let us do it together. And what better way to make sure that those who aren't in the room see what we are doing? Remember that we are live on YouTube as well as our Facebook page. So thank you to everyone who's joined us online. Please stay connected with us. Send through those comments, questions in the chat box, and we will be sure to read them as we proceed with the program. To my fellow innovators, my change makers in the room, please make sure that you are following us on AB4IR on all our social platforms. And remember to hashtag W-W-I-I-T-S 2026 as we officially celebrate and close off the month of women. To officially give us a warm welcome of why today is such a special occasion, please help me welcome the Deputy Mayor of the City of Tshwane, the Honorable Mr. Eugene Modise. Hara moheleng ntate ka matlo a mofuta.
Thank you very much, Program Director. When I was gossiping here, I was asking her how to pronounce Bongo because I'm a Pretoria guy, Mabupani, Tshwane Ratswana. So I might pronounce it wrongly and land in trouble. Thank you very much for the opportunity and the invitation. We are humbled to be the host of this wonderful event. The investment, which is hovering around 27 million rands, when we were having a briefing earlier, I had the pronouncement and announcement of big names of women. And I felt maybe I must apply for a transgender so that I can qualify. But I'll consult at home first. This is a wonderful moment, and I know that it's not the first time, but to me, it's the first time I'm here during this Africa 4IR event. I want to share with you the history of this place and the precinct and the surrounding. Before I do that, let me acknowledge the most wonderful people, and I know that this area is led by a wonderful woman, Mama CEO, Mklope, is it Klope? Mklope. Okay, we are Halalela, Mklope. The team from the office of the minister. I came here ill and I've got commitment, but because I respect her and she's a strong woman and is my boss, so I made sure that I come here and I'll recover while I'm here. And the team, the CEO, the chair, I was writing down the portfolios, the vision, and the strategy. And I know that this is a wonderful moment, and I know that this area is led by a wonderful woman, Mama CEO, Mklope. Before I do that, let me acknowledge the most wonderful people, and I know that this area is led by a wonderful woman, Mama CEO, Mklope. The team from the office of the minister. I came here ill and I've got commitment, but because I respect her and is a strong woman and is my boss, so I made sure that I come here because I'm here responsible for the city or representing the city, I think it's important that I state what captured my mind. The Drone Academy. And I'm going to start with that aeronautical investment made here. The 200 encoding IT systems development, and the turnover that you made sure that a small business can achieve for 54 million rands. So I'm a flying fanatic. I'm a pilot myself. So when you speak about aerodrome, drones, I'll take a bit of a tour with you just to understand my reason of only picking up this one. For all the people in our surrounding here, without being undermining people, no one is able to afford the training fees of flying. It's extremely expensive. I took more than 2 years to make the payment. And I didn't do fixed wing. I'm a chopper pilot. I train in Vorenboom. So I like navigating. The chopper is the smartest machine you can ever get. It lands anywhere else in the world. So when I was doing training, there's a guy coming from our area here. He bought FlyFofa. I think you know FlyFofa. We invested a lot of money as government in FlyFofa. But the student, some of them dropped in the process. And it's a pain to me, and I'm saying this to who are here and those who are at home, that capture this important aspect of our life. As we are migrating now into 4IR, it's important that we acknowledge that we won't go back. We were confiding between ourselves that there was a stage where there was no internet. You can Google, by 1985, there was no internet. It's not a long time ago, if you can read. Now, as we speak, everything is digital. I saw myself, somersaulting myself through AI. My kids show me, hey, you can somersault like Jackie Chan. I said, hey, Jackie Chan, myself. And I saw myself somersaulting perfectly. Hey, wearing Karate Kid. I said, this thing is dangerous. So the team here, for investing in us, we truly appreciate that. And I think it's an indictment on us as the leadership of this city, not to invite young people in numbers, but we'll take the message to them. I wish you a wonderful event engagement, and in the process, we'll invite those who are around to come and join you, because already I've got political work to do in the city. But thank you very much for identifying us as an ideal host. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. Indeed, they say if you want to reach your dreams, you got to aim for the stars. I say aim for the moon. In case you miss it, you land amongst the stars. And what better view to have when you're at the top? One of my passions too, Deputy, is that, when AB4IR first launched the Drone Academy, I was so excited. And we usually have the Drone Diva Spotlight on our program, which is quite exciting because, it's young females who are now, participating in the program. And to tell us more about AB4IR this morning, please help me welcome the AB4IR board representative, Ms. Dipuo. Please, let's give her a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. One more time, a round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, Executive Mayor Tshwane Ratswana. Program Director, Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Ms. Stella Tembisandabeni, Chairperson of the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency Board, Chairperson of Tshwane South Tibet College Council, representatives from the Department of Small Business Development, representative from the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, our partners, Tshwane South TVET College, members of the board, AB4IR, and the leadership, all protocol observed. Our stakeholders, speakers, panelists, entrepreneurs, innovators, women leaders, young people, exhibitors, and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to welcome you to the official launch of AB4IR and the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, Technology and Summit 2026 under the powerful name, Women Leading Humanity to Sustainable Tech Innovation. Today represent far more than the gathering that has brought us together. We are witnessing a dream becoming a reality. We are celebrating a journey. And we are opening the doors to a new chapter in the story of AB4IR. To truly appreciate what we are celebrating today, we must remember where this journey began. In 2019, a woman had a vision. The late Ms. Kelebogile Olivia Molopyane believed that technology, innovation, and opportunity should not only belong to those with right resources, connections, or circumstances. She believed that young people from our communities deserved a seat at the table. She believed that women could lead in technology, and she believed that entrepreneurs from township and underserved communities could build businesses, create jobs, and develop solutions capable of changing lives. From that belief, Africa Beyond A4R was born. What began as an idea in 2019 came to life in 2020, and over the years that followed grew into programs, partnerships, opportunities, and thousands of lives reached. Sadly, Ms. Molopyane is not physically here to witness this moment. She will not stand at the door when the ribbon is cut today. She will not walk through the center with us and see how far the vision has traveled. But her footprints are here. They are in the foundation upon the AB4IR was built. They are in the young people who have walked through our programs. They are in the women who discovered that technology has a place for them. And they are in the entrepreneurs who were given an opportunity to try, to build and to believe. And perhaps this is what legacy truly means. To plant something, you may not live long enough to see fully grown, but to leave behind people who will continue watering it. As we honor the life, vision, and pioneering contribution of the late Ms. Kelebogile Olivia Molopyane, I would like to invite everyone to join me in observing a moment of silence in her memory. Thank you. Today, that responsibility rests with all of us, both our Chief Executive, Ms. Ingrid Mhlophe, and AB4IR executive and team, our partners, and every person who believes in what this organization stands for. Under the leadership of our CEO, with the stewardship of the board and commitment of the team, the vision has continued to grow. Partnerships have been strengthened, programs have expanded, and more opportunities have been created. So today is not the beginning of AB4IR, it is continuation of a legacy. At the heart of AB4IR, a simple and profound question is, how do we ensure that people and communities historically left behind can participate meaningfully in the digital economy? Because the digital divide is not simply about access to a computer or internet. It is about access to knowledge, skills, opportunities, and markets. And importantly, the confidence to say, I too can build something. Today, AB4IR's work extends across digital innovation, entrepreneurship, and incubation, including gaming, animation, virtual and augmented reality, drone technology, 3D printing, robotics, and emerging digital opportunities. When you stand inside this center today, you are therefore not simply standing inside a building. You are standing inside a physical expression of a vision that says young people must not only consume technology, they must create it. A vision that says women must not only participate in the digital economy, they must lead it. And a vision that says Africa has the talent, creativity, and ingenuity to create its own solutions. It is therefore fitting that this milestone is being celebrated alongside our Worldwide Women in Innovation and Technology Summit 2026. Under the theme, Women Leadership, Leading Humanity to Sustainable Tech Innovation, WITS reminds us that women must not only participate in digital economy, but must be supported to lead, innovate, build businesses, and create opportunities for others. And so today, to every woman, your idea matters, your experience matters, your voice matters, your business matters. Sometimes, do not underestimate what you can carry. Sometimes the greatest innovation begins with a simple question. Why does this has to be like this? And then having the courage to ask, what if I changed it? That is the spirit of innovation. We recognize that AB4IR cannot do this alone. The progress we celebrate today would not have been possible without collaborating and partnerships. We therefore extend sincere appreciation to the Department of Small Business Development and the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency for their support and partnership in advancing entrepreneurship, innovation, and enterprise development. We also acknowledge our institutional partners, including the Tshwane South Tibet College, as well as the Tshwane University of Technology, a valued partner of AB4IR, for its continued partnership and support towards WITS 2026. We equally acknowledge our stakeholders, speakers, mentors, facilitators, entrepreneurs, exhibitors, development partners, and everyone who has contributed to today's program. True partnership is about bringing together our resources, knowledge, networks, and commitment to create opportunities and solve challenges that none of us can address alone. As we gather to the official launch of this center, our responsibility is not simply to celebrate how far AB4IR has come. We also ask the question, what happens next? Because the real success of this center will not be measured by the building itself. It will be measured by the lives changed inside it, by the young person discovers a career in technology, by the woman who turns an idea into a business, by the entrepreneur who finds a market, and by the community that begins to believe that innovation is possible here too. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Molopjani may not be here to see this day, but the vision she helped bring into this world is still here. It lives in the center. It lives in the people who have carried the work forward. And most importantly, it must live in the opportunities we create for those who come after us. May this center become a place where ideas are nurtured, businesses are built, partnerships are formed, technologies are developed, and lives are transformed. May WITS continue to be a platform where women are heard, supported, celebrated, and empowered to lead. We may always remember that sustainable innovation is not only about creating better technology. It is about creating a better future for humanity. On behalf of the AB4IR board, It is my great honor to welcome you to this significant milestone in the journey of Africa Beyond 4IR and the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit. Welcome to AB4IR. Welcome to WIS 2026. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Buo. Indeed, Ms. K is certainly missed. And one of the most profound things that Ms. K would always say is, lift as you rise. And I've seen so many of the team rise, even after the passing of Ms. K. Today is indeed a special day. And as I mentioned earlier, that if you want to go alone, or if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. And I think that was an ethos that Ms. K had, and that is why AB4IR has come this far. Someone who's had a very incredible experience and privilege is Ms. Ingrid Mhlophe. She's had to fill the shoes, or rather take on the baton to make sure she reaches the finish line. In true athletic culture, you know that when you're running a battle relay, that the fastest is always at the end, so that they are able to reach the finish line. We're not at the finish, we are at the start. And I know that Ms. K was very distinct in how she chose her team, and we can see it through the vision and where AB4IR is today. Ms. Ingrid Mhlophe, CEO of AB4IR and the host of this year's Worldwide Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit, has over 15 years of professional experience in her career, spanning from information technology, business development, business advocacy, business incubation, and enterprise development leadership. She's previously served at the GDEDS, the Creative Industries Steering Committee, contributing to the broader development of the sector. She has built a career around creating opportunities for entrepreneurs. I mean, hello, that's why she is the CEO. And, with her passion in really, inspiring young people and women to participate meaningfully in the economy of the digital space. As a CEO, she's been very strategic and has led AB4IR to where it is today, driving strategic partnerships and programs that have advanced digital skills and entrepreneurship and inclusion in innovation. If there's anyone this morning that we need to clap extra loud for, it is Ms. Ingrid. As we welcome her,
Thank you so much. And before I speak, we have this tradition because we are a digital hub. I might not speak. Tech.
Every generation is remembered by those who dared to shape the future. Today, technology is transforming our world at an unprecedented pace. But the true measure of innovation is not simply the technology we create. It is the lives we transform, the communities we empower, and the future we build together. From the township of Mabopane, Pretoria, South Africa, a bold vision was born. That vision became Africa Beyond 4IR NPC, known as AB4IR. A digital innovation, technology, and incubation hub advancing inclusive digital transformation and creating pathways for communities to participate meaningfully in the digital economy. Rooted in a township, yet driven by a global outlook, AB4IR works to bridge the digital and gender divide by expanding access to technology, innovation, skills development, entrepreneurship, and business incubation. From its home at the Tshwane South TVET College ODI campus, AB4IR empowers young people, women, persons with disabilities, entrepreneurs, startups, and established businesses to develop skills, unlock opportunities, and build sustainable futures. Through collaboration with government, industry, academia, and development partners, AB4IR is proving that world-changing innovation can begin anywhere, even in a township, especially in a township. And from this vision, thousands of lives, businesses, and communities have been empowered. Through partnerships with government, industry, academia, and development institutions, AB4IR delivers programs that create opportunities, strengthen businesses, and prepare communities for the future of work. To date, more than 17,000 young people, women, entrepreneurs, and SMMEs have been empowered through AB4IR's digital skills, innovation, entrepreneurship, and incubation programs. Its initiatives have also reached millions through digital platforms, extending AB4IR's impact across South Africa and beyond. In 2020, during a time of unprecedented global uncertainty, AB4IR launched a bold new platform. A platform dedicated to increasing representation, access, and participation for women in technology, innovation, and incubation. A platform created to celebrate trailblazing women, share knowledge, inspire future leaders, and build a global ecosystem of collaboration. That platform became the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit, better known as WITS. What began as a virtual gathering has grown into an international platform connecting women, innovators, entrepreneurs, policymakers, academics, investors, industry leaders, and change makers from around the world. Across 6 editions, WITS has welcomed more than 13,000 participants and featured 169 distinguished speakers from countries across multiple continents. Each summit has strengthened a growing global community committed to advancing women's leadership in innovation, incubation, entrepreneurship, and technology. Today, we continue that journey. We gather not only to discuss technology, but to influence the values, ideas, and leadership that will shape its future. A future where innovation is ethical, inclusive, sustainable, and centered on the needs of humanity. Africa Beyond 4IR proudly welcomes you to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit, or in short, WITS 2026. This year's summit theme is Women Leading Humanity to Sustainable Tech Innovation, a call for women to lead the development of technologies that improve lives, protect our planet, expand opportunities, strengthen communities, and create a more inclusive and sustainable future for all. Today, we will inspire, we will learn, we will connect, we will collaborate, and we will lead. Welcome to WITS 2026, Women Leading Humanity to Sustainable Tech Innovation. One global movement. Let the summit begin.
Thank you, Tag. Good morning once more. My name is Ingrid Owagwamhlophe. I am the CEO for Africa Beyond 4IR. I took over from a very, they would say she was a powerhouse. So I took over from a lady, obegane vision that lives beyond impilo yakhe. when they say a legacy continues when you leave, and actually they say, ensure you build a legacy that lives beyond you. And that's what she did. And today we are here to witness the launch of the center. Unfortunately, Ms. Kilebogile Molopian is not here with us today physically, but I know, and we all know actually as a team, and we believe that she's forever with us in these facilities. We still have her on the wall, that wall over there, my right, your left. So she literally lives in every piece of this facility, in all of us, in all our hearts. I won't say a lot. I actually even tried to prepare a speech. I'm not sure if I'll read it still because I'm worried about time, but I believe the video has explained who AB4IR is, what we do. Pardon us, the building is not falling. Our geyser has been malfunctioning, so it's got trapped air. I'm sorry, I had to mention that with the sound. There it goes again. It's not the building falling. Sorry about that. But nonetheless, so AB4IR, yes, we are a digital hub. We are based in Mabopane, but we operate on a national basis. We've done programs throughout the country. The numbers, the video has spoken them. And I won't speak a lot. Even my board member, Mr. Poo, has already spoken. And I just realized I omitted standing on all protocol, pardon me, to my leaders. I stand on all protocol that has already been observed. I am so sorry. But most of what I would have said has been said. The only thing maybe that I can just end with is to say, I hope everyone will enjoy. I hope you'll all be able to build networks. I hope we'll all be able to build relationships, build new contacts. But at the end of the day, we can always have those contacts in our phone. We can always take those business cards, keep them somewhere until you use them, until you make that phone call. You might just have built a network that is just sitting there. So it's all in the matter of once you've built the network, what do you do with it? They usually say your network is your net worth. It is true. It's just that a challenge with us, when you think net worth, you're thinking money. When you think worth, you're thinking money. Everything worth is money. It's not necessarily just that. Worth is in so many things. It's the knowledge. It's the type of people that you know. It's the doors that you're able to walk in. It's the people that you meet, let alone even if you don't end up benefiting from something, but you don't know, you might just need that person. When you remember, oh, I actually met Ingrid Owasesida when I was Setfa, when I was somewhere and whatnot. So please, whilst we build the networks, let's ensure we utilize them accordingly. Welcome to AB4IR. Welcome to the W-Wiits Summit. I hope you will all enjoy. The spirit of our late CEO, she used to say, lift as you rise. I was lifted myself as she rose, which is why I'm able to stand here today. And I hope we'll all continue with that mantra to say, wherever that we go, let us lift others. Let's not leave others behind. The reason why AB4IR is actually at a township is because our CEO had that vision to say, I'm from a township. I went and studied in Joburg. But what happens to the people back home? I got an opportunity. It was outside the township. But what happens to the people back home still? So she ensured that she will come and build this facility within a township to ensure that people from the township are not necessarily left behind. There is a huge potential in the township. The only thing that is not there, it's the resources, the access, and all that we have brought as AB4IR. I know many might say, I didn't know about you up until today. Perhaps this was your time to know about us. We might not all know each other at the same time, but when the moment arrives, ensure you utilize it. Our Honorable President, I think it's the former president, if not the current one, Lentoga Tumamina. We are your Tumamina as AB4IR, as these organizations that we work with, the like of TUT, the likes of the TVET, the likes of the SETFA, the department, all of us, Singo Tumamina Ben. But all that there is to it, ukuthi wena uqele uthume. Kodwa ungapheli inhliziyo if it doesn't happen ngale period expecta ukuthi izokwenzeka ngayo. Ungalahli ithemba, ntomnyama, ntomncane, female. I still consider myself young. Ukuthi government takes up until 35. I'm still young. So mntomncane nami ngiyayifaka. and to everyone. But I hope you'll all enjoy. I wish you all of the best for the day, even us. And to the team, we did it again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my CEO. Indeed, we've done it again. And yes, I'm also part of the team, guys. Hey, I've been the face of AB4IR Wits. And every year we have an amazing theme. Every year the theme is really challenging us. And I'm so glad that, our CEO has mentioned this morning the importance of networking. In so many conferences we attend, we exchange numbers, and we're not really intentional at that moment to say, I want to, partner. And partnership is really important as we continue to lead, humanity to sustainable tech innovation. We can't do it alone. We need to collaborate. We need to be together. And I'm sitting here and I'm looking and I'm like, it is a women's event as much as we're also launching AB4IR, but it really is such a fulfilling moment for myself. I've been a part of the team, I think from 2021, if I'm not mistaken, and in many cases, the room is filled with women, young innovators, game changers, and today we've got a very nice balance. I love to see the allyship. That's what I call it. I love to see the allyship because we also can't do it alone. We need that collaboration. We need that balance. And AB4IR would have never done it alone without TVET College. It's so important for us to remember where we come from, and for us to be where we are today as AB4IR would have never been possible without the true partnership of this specific institution. Our host institution will give us a reflection on when this journey began and where this journey has led us today. As we will be officially, cutting the ribbon outside in a bit, we can't do it without really hearing on what that conversation happened in 2019 when Maskila had this idea. We know that she wanted to put this, amazing program in the township. And I can just imagine as a young girl from Soweto, me going down the road, to the TVET College at George Tebe Dube to be like, I've got a concept. How many of those doors would be opened? But this door in this specific institution was open. So please help me welcome Mr. Patrick, please help me welcome Mr. Motlatsi, the council chairperson of Tshwane South TVET College.
Dumelang. Dumelang. How? I'm a bit worried, program director. Ke bona batho ba bangata ba apere black colors. Le batho bana ba catering ke glam and glam and glitz, something like that. Yes, ba apere color ya melancholy. The black color is a color of pain, colleagues. So I'm a bit worried in an event where we are celebrating new technologies and young people, we are wearing a color of melancholy, but we will get there. Bear with me, program director, for a second. I'm a little worried again. Harekala program and this is our campus, right? You would have invited an OHS officer. I get it. I'm a public servant. So ke latela molao. Gore ba re rute gore na di emergency di go kae, di toilet di go kae hobane mathata a etsala lefatsheng akere. Ingxaki izawuvela umuntu angazi ukuthi aye kuphi. So a part of me welcoming you, I will then act as a self-appointed, OHS officer for now. colleagues, the exit sign, emergency, is there at the back, right? Re na le bone mapolesa a mangata mona akere ke crowd control a se gore ho teng mathata ke crowd control fela gore if le re bakela mathata e ba teng akere le ba bone now the toilet I'm led to believe gore di ka mo le a bona mo mongwe pit stop akere di ka mola, and then it's saying I think di teng ka morao ka mola. Okay, now that I've dispensed with that, colleagues, I received the program last night, I think around 7 p.m. Now, I looked at the program and I got a bit worried. On the program, there were only 2 men, myself, leader chairperson who's gonna follow me, right? And I was inclined to give my phone like chairperson. I think we need to withdraw. The women are running the program. So I'm standing here a bit fearful of what to say. So ke kopa your blessings as I welcome you to our campus in Mobopane, a program director. Let me then say to the Honorable Minister of the Department of Small Business Development, Mr. Thembisa Ndabeni, who I believe is going to join us virtually. Le bona ke mo podium akere bothata gore at home we are teachers ne ba bang ke baruti jwale hanga ema mona podium so allow me to stand on the side obane ke tla ba ka mathata the Honorable Minister of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Mr. Butimana Mela, who appointed me in absentia. Let me also, greet the executive mayor, who was represented by Ndate Eugene Mudise. Let me greet the chairperson of the board of the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, Mr. Patrick Makape. Let me greet the CEO of Africa Beyond 4IR, Ms. Ingrid Mhlope. Greet the panel members, the leaders of the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology. Also, greet the Deputy Chairperson of Council, who joined us, and other members of Council. Mr. Malus Ramashala, is seated, over there. He is also responsible for partnerships, and I believe, CEO, going forward, you may have to know that, honorable member, there, he can help you a great deal. Let me greet the active principal of the college, Mr. Goodman Munisi. I haven't seen him, this morning, including his executive management, team. Let me greet the leaders of, the SRC. I do not know if they are also, here. Greet the reps, from the Department of, Higher Education, the reps, from the Department of, Small Business, Development, captains of, industry, colleagues, entrepreneurs, innovators, students, hackering, dumelang, again. It is with immense pride and profound sense of responsibility that I stand before you today. As a chairperson of Tshwane South TVET College, I have the distinct honor of welcoming you to this campus. It is a site that, in our view, serves as a beacon of learning, custodianship, and community development. While this launch is in essence a national program spearheaded by the Honorable Minister Stella Ndabeni, it takes no place on the soil of the Department of Higher Education and Training. We recognize, CEO, the significance of this partnership. When 2 critical organs of state collaborate in this manner, where enterprise development meets higher learning, the results can only be transformative. Therefore, on behalf of the College Council, our management, our staff, and our vibrant student body, I extend the warmest Tshwane South welcome to all of you. And to the Honorable Minister in absentia, or who's going to join us virtually, we are deeply grateful for her presence. And to the Minister in particular, I would like to say, if she will be listening at some point, that as a fellow child of the Eastern Cape, yes, Ndivela, Eastern Cape, allow me, Minister, then to say this, that we know that while we all serve, South Africans, in all, our provinces, I would like to believe that at some point, charity, begins, at home. So I would like to indirectly also talk, to the Department of, Small Business, Development, to say, personally, I would like to see you extend, these opportunities, to the forgotten towns of Lusikisiki, Queenstown, Aliwal North, Stekspruit. Those, used to be our industrial towns that are now, falling, apart. And we have an opportunity as, professionals, to revive, those, towns through, these, kind of, hubs or initiatives. I will finish, very soon, colleagues. I'm just, welcoming you, right? That is, my job, because you are at our, institution. Let me then say to the leadership of, the Africa, Beyond, and the delegates, who will be gracing, our presence, later, this evening in various, panels. You bring to our campus, the energy of, innovation, and we are truly, honored as Swane South, to be the crucible in which, this new future, is being, written. Program director, the decision to place, the hub here is not merely a logistical, management, opportunity. It is an economic lifeline for the communities of Mabopane and the broader, Swane, periphery. And for years, our community has characterized or has been characterized by a resilient workforce and an entrepreneurial spirit, yet often constrained by a lack of access to high-end infrastructure. Today, that narrative, I believe, with the launch of the hub, it will begin, to change. The multi-million rand, investment, by the department and SEFTA into this facility is an investment, into the dreams of young, people. Now, let me just, as I move, slowly, towards my closing, just briefly, articulate the benefits of this hub, to our students and the surrounding community of Mabopane. The very first opportunity, colleagues, one of access. We say that our youth no longer need to travel to Pretoria or to Johannesburg. 4IR incubation environment. It is now in their backyard. Secondly, enterprise support. If you may not know, the hub exists to provide practical support to startups. I think as you do a tour later and you begin to look at what the hub is put together, 3D printing facilities, you will begin to imagine the opportunities that exist for the small enterprises in the area of Mabopane. And thirdly, the hub is going to breathe a new life into the local economy. But for us as an institution in particular, CEO, we believe that the hub will transform our college from a place where students simply learn business into a place where businesses are actually born. Colleagues, let me then, I had written a long speech, right? But I know that you'll get tired of listening to me. But I want to talk about something just briefly that is very close to my heart, because I'm a chairperson of an institution of higher learning. We always say, while we talk about 4IR, we forget the fact that the very same technologies, a program director that we are putting in place here, they might just cannibalize the very trades that we teach here. Let me repeat that, colleagues. When we talk about digital transformation, we're talking about introducing technologies that literally compete with the very trades that TVETs give to young people as skills. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll give you a couple of examples. Bricklaying and concrete work. We produce young people, bricklayers, who at the end of the day, we send them out there, to be the next, artisans, who will do, construction. But as you've seen, and as you will see, with the advent of, 3D, printing, those, jobs, are under, threat. If you look around, wherever you go, where you see, tall, cranes, you no longer see a bricklayer. Buildings now are being constructed, using either, big, cranes, panels, but you're gonna see, later that, 3D printing can be used, in about 5 years, probably in this country, to build your house. Meaning that a young person coming out of Swane South, who's a bricklayer, will no longer, have an opportunity, out there, in the market. It's a challenge, for us as an institution. A second example is, office, administration. Colleagues, we produce, bookkeepers at the level of a, TVET. But with the advent of, generative, AI, most of the speakers, probably later today or even early in the morning, today we can write, speeches, using, AI. Now think of an office, administrator who ordinarily is responsible for putting together minutes. Or think of a company, secretary, right? Who is a semi or a paralegal, professional and is responsible primarily really for putting, the minutes, of the board or proceedings of the board. But they are going to be replaced by AI, very soon, because AI can join a meeting and produce a board pack. Now, those are the young people that, we train and we produce. And as a college, this is something that worries, ourselves, as council, and it certainly, worries the minister. Colleagues, let me then move, towards the end to thank, the CEO of Africa Beyond and the delegates who will be gracing our presence this afternoon in a panel discussion as we celebrate Women's Month. Your theme, Women Leading Humanity to Sustainable Tech and Innovation, is exactly the tone our nation needs at this point in time. It is an inclusive theme, it is forward looking, and it is just to the cause. And to the minister, the team from again Africa Beyond, the chairperson of SEFTA and the delegates, wish you on behalf of the college a robust and inspiring discussion for the remainder of the day. Today, may the conversations here today lead to tangible jobs. May they lead to robust discussions, and ultimately at the center of whatever we do, may we always keep our young people in mind that as we transform, we do not leave them behind. Ultimately, this is not for them. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Motlatsi Mokoena. No, the challenge has been heard. And I believe that you've not only challenged the Honorable Minister, but you've challenged everybody in this room to say, how do we continue to build a sustainable future? I hope that today really inspires us all to really want to be innovative and to serve the people, but also to remember to use technology to protect our planet and really create that accessibility for everyone. I really liked in Ntate Mokoena how it's ensuring that TVET ya Motswane is the lifeline for everyone and giving that accessibility at everyone's doorstep. So thank you for such a powerful opening. And just to remind you all, as the OHS has said, your exits are behind you. The ladies and gents is at the pit stop on my left, just ahead of you. As we continue with our program this morning, it is a very jam-packed one. I must say that, please, feel free when you get the opportunity to ask questions, because this session has been curated for each and every one of us in this room. We now have the privilege of welcoming the board chairperson of Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, Mr. Patrick Makape, who will later then give us an introduction to the Honorable Minister. Ms. Stella. These remarks by our honorable leadership remind us of why inclusivity is important. The development of innovation and entrepreneurship does not only happen by chance, it happens by purpose. And today, we hear from Mr. Patrick, our board chairperson for SETFA. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, give him a roar of a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, thanks very much. Program Director, Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Minister Stella Ndabeni, fellow SETFA board members, I saw Director Ntsika, DDGs and SETFA executives, leadership of Tshwane TVET College, Ntate Mokoena, the chairperson and the board of Africa Beyond 4IR, the chief executives, women entrepreneurs and innovators, representatives of the private sector, academia, and technology community, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We were just getting worried when I was discussing with the deputy mayor to say we are in a 4IR event, but the speakers are presenting using papers. So, but later I realized why, because as they were presenting, some of them started revealing their age. One was insisting she's still young. Whether they say 35 is the cutoff. The other one was talking about melancholy. Those of us who did Julius Caesar at school, you'll know melancholy. It's Julius Caesar, they're saying, oh, error, melancholy's child. So it's not in the syllabus now. So I made peace. When you started talking melancholy and what, I realized, oh, born before computers. Yeah, but we don't want to get old. So that is why we call ourselves Youth Endala. And that includes even Sfularo there. He's part of the Youth Endala. Yeah, it is my distinct honor and privilege to join you today as we officially launch the Africa Beyond 4IR Digital Innovation Hub and gather for the 2026 Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit. Today is significant because we are not simply opening another facility. We are opening doors to innovation, doors to opportunity, doors to markets, technology, finance, and partnerships. And importantly, doors for entrepreneurs who have ideas with the potential to become sustainable businesses, create jobs, and contribute meaningfully to South Africa's economy. And just as a way of example, about 30 years ago, Google was not there. Google now is one of the biggest companies in the world. About 20 years ago, social media was not there. And now as we speak, if we can switch data here or Wi-Fi off, you will be very unhappy because all of you are now on social media. As we speak, you are even streaming this live. So this incubation should prepare our youth for the industries of the future. They should be the trillionaires, billionaires of the future. For CEDFA, this hub represents the kind of practical implementation that must define our approach to enterprise development. Our incubation strategy calls for incubation centers that do more than provide entrepreneurs with office space or short-term support. It calls for centers that are sectors focused, connected to strong ecosystems, supported by capable partners, and able to walk the journey with enterprises from early stage development through to commercialization and growth. The AB4IR Digital Innovation Hub gives practical expression to this vision within one of the most important sectors of our time, the digital economy and the fourth industrial revolution. I think by definition, if we are on the fourth industrial revolution, it means there was a first, second, third. And each of those revolutions, they were characterized: second, steam engine, then this, then electricity. So as much as they do present the challenges, like the chair has articulated, but there are opportunities that come with that. So we must decide whether we look at the glass as half empty or half full. Through this hub, entrepreneurs must be able to take an idea and develop it. They must be able to access technical expertise, specialized knowledge, prototyping infrastructure. They must be connected to government, corporate, academia, funders, technology partners, and markets. They must be supported to protect and commercialize intellectual property, adopt new technologies, and build competitive businesses. And ultimately, they must leave this hub better prepared to access finance, secure procurement opportunities, enter markets, and scale their businesses and create jobs. So it is not our wish to have a perpetual person being incubated. You can't be in incubation forever. You need to get out of incubation, create space for other people, because the pipeline is huge. There are those who also want these opportunities. So those of you who are in incubation now, that's what we expect from you, to say that 3-5 years from now, you should be the one saying, I was in that incubation, but this is where I am. Not that I moved from this incubation, then I went to another one, then no, that's not what you are looking for. So for us, that is the real measure of successful incubation. Program director, CEDFA considers incubators and specifically AB4IR as an important part of a much broader enterprise support ecosystem. The challenges faced by the technology-driven enterprises are well known. Entrepreneurs often have strong ideas but limited access to technical expertise. They may struggle to move from concept to prototype or from prototype to market. They face funding constraints, regulatory complexity, and limited access to commercial networks. A hub such as this must help us close those gaps as it brings the right partners together around the entrepreneur and ensures that innovation does not remain an idea on paper, but becomes something that can be developed, commercialized, scaled, and most importantly, be taken to the market. Honorable guests, this is particularly important for women innovators. The digital economy offers enormous opportunities, but we must ensure that women are not simply participants at the margins of this transformation. They must be founders, innovators, technology developers, and owners of intellectual property. They must build and lead businesses that participate competitively in local and, most importantly, global markets. So we must not look at ourselves as local players only. We must produce world-class products that we can sell even to the Chinese, even to the Americans, Europeans, all over the world, and also within the African continent, because it's a huge market. You are talking more than 1 billion people. Accordingly, the significance of hosting the W-Wiits Summit alongside the launch of this hub is therefore not lost on us. It reinforces an important message that innovation and inclusion must advance together. We cannot speak about the future of entrepreneurship without speaking about technology. And we cannot speak about inclusive economic transformation without deliberately creating opportunities for women, young people, and entrepreneurs from communities that have historically been excluded from the mainstream economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is within this broader vision that I now have the privilege of introducing the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Minister Stella Tembisa Ndabeni, who continues to provide strategic leadership in promoting MSMEs and cooperatives at the center of our country's economic development agenda. Under her leadership, the department continues to advance programs aimed at expanding entrepreneurship, improving access to finance and markets, strengthening enterprise support networks, and creating opportunities for greater participation in the economy. Her leadership continues to emphasize that an important principle that small businesses must increasingly become active participants in the economy and transformation. The hub we launched today is therefore a practical expression of that ambition. It represents the partnerships we must build, the innovation we must unlock, the enterprises we must support, and the opportunities we must create. Honorable Minister, we are privileged to have you with us this morning as we mark this important milestone. I know 20 years ago, when we are saying we are privileged to have somebody, is because we should be pointing at the fiscal person. So don't be confused when I say we are privileged to have her, because this is for IR. We are privileged to have her virtually, and that is the future of connectivity. So we are privileged, Honorable Minister, this morning as we mark this important milestone. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I don't see music here, but ordinarily there's a song she loves when she comes on stage, and it speaks to what young people love, what entrepreneurs love. What is that song? Can you sing it? You don't want money. What are you doing here? Funuba nemali eni. You guys don't want to have money. What are you doing here? No, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Minister Stella Tembisa Ndabeni.
Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. And I am the Minister for Small Business Development, not Minister for Small Business. I like emphasizing these things because they have a meaning in relation to the mandate that we have. Now that your person expected you, Director of the Program, to invite, I don't know if we have a DJ there. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there physically, although I wanted to. So there's a song by Big Zulu. It's Mina ngifuna uba nemali eningi. I want to have more money. Kibatla chalet. Yeah, man. So that's what it means. But we'll leave that for today because it builds a pathway towards the work that we do. And of course, to join all the other speakers that have spoken before me. This is a great day for us. The chairperson of CITFA indicated that for us, it's not just merely about opening a building, but we're really opening a pathway into the economy of the future. When we talk about building the future that we choose, this is an opportune time for those that can invent, for those that can think strategically, but those that can be decisive also. Because taking time to think about something, to think about a dream that you dreamt about, and work on the dream really takes some energy, which is why you see us today celebrating, this year celebrating 30 years of the constitution that we have in South Africa, and of course 32 years of democracy. And as I talk about the constitution, I do hope that all of us here are aware of Section 22. I'm bringing Section 22 because today we're talking about AB4IR, which talks to beyond 4IR, what then happens in Africa, which is worldwide. And next year, we do know that the WRC 17 will be taking place and many innovations and changes will be made in relation to the kind of connectivity and other technologies that will be introduced. I mean, like it's after 5 years since we spoke about 4IR and 5G, and definitely next year when they gather again, they'll be talking about 6G and the new innovations that it brings. What does that mean, therefore? For an ordinary person in South Africa, an ordinary woman, as we celebrate the Women's Month, a woman who wants to build from the strength of those of 1956 to say, I will make a difference. I may not have too much to union buildings, but I've got to claim my own mark in the digital economy that we're talking about, without looking only on the past, but building from what the past presents for us, whilst we build the future that we are confident about. And this is the reality of what we are faced with, colleagues. This is the reality of what we are faced with. As people are panicking about the emergence of new technologies, what does it mean that indeed we still sponsor, like a huge chunk of our budget as government goes towards education? And what is it that we're educating our young people on? Is it what the market requires? Does it take into consideration what the future needs in terms of the technological advancements that we see happening? Is it an education that clearly says we're no longer producing graduates that will be job seekers, but those that will be job creators? Now, Swaneti, you're producing all the artisans that we need. Great effort indeed that is being made. But of course, again, technology is here to disrupt. And how do we really tighten these collaborations that we have in order to make sure that we don't produce another crop of graduates that will not have an opportunity to participate meaningfully in their own economy and therefore enjoy Section 22? I hope you do know what Section 22 is, because I don't intend to tell you, but I'll keep referring you to it because it is a critical clause in the Constitution that we read. Now, if we're producing these graduates and we have those people whom by nature God has given them talent to innovate certain things, how to bring those two together, the indigenous knowledge, the innovations that people come up with, the academic qualifications, and of course, the skills that our people have with the technologies. And this is where the challenge is for the incubator. Not to teach people only how to use AI, but for people to be able to design products in AI. Because for the longest time, South Africa continues to become a consumer of the new technologies. And that is why we'll be seated here, number of unemployed graduates, the young people, people that can lose at a risk of losing their jobs. And indeed, the previous speaker spoke about the AI agents and all those. What does it mean for us as the incubator? And this is why we stepped up as the department and said, if we do have an appreciation that technology advances, and if we do believe what the National Development Plan says, where it clearly articulates that South Africa must create 11 million new jobs by 2030, and those small jobs must come from small enterprises. What does it mean? And of course, as I said, the first thing is to build on ideation, which is the dream that people have. But we don't want people dreaming, having the same dream. Because if it is the same dream, it tells you that then there's going to be saturation of solutions. We want diversity wherein we build on those. We want people who say, yes, there are existing platforms that we can build from in order to nurture our dreams. But at the same time, we want people who build the platforms that talk directly, not only to South African character, but to the African character and the globe. We want to claim our own niche as we move forward. And this, I'm sure many of you have heard me talking about it when we launched the Presidential 4IR Commission, where we clearly articulated what South Africa should do. And that was how many years back? 5 years back when we did that. But up to date, we still, as the chair was saying, we're still operating in a traditional way, although in a 4IR space, which means there is a need for radical mind shift from both the producers of knowledge and those that apply the knowledge. And this is what innovation brings. This is what the incubator and technology must bring to our people. The chairperson correctly articulates that we had said we no longer want incubators that just guarantee office space, office sharing space. An incubator has to show what it stands for, not only by the number of people that visit, but the kind of technology and the production that comes from it. And then we begin to say, how do we commercialize the innovations that have come through the incubators, which is why I had said, I really want to see the outcomes. I want to see the impact of each incubator, but most importantly, I want us to track the success of the incubatees that have graduated in our incubator so that we are the first client as the department responsible for small business development. And on this challenge, both my Director General, the CEO, and the CFOs to say, you've got to go and argue with the National Treasury to say why it is important for us to say we can no longer stick to what is that thing of PFMA? We take the cheapest code. We can't afford to do that if we want to support locally produced products, whether it's software or whatever. We are the ones that pay money using taxpayers' money, including partners' money, that put into incubators in order to enable for innovation and prototyping, but then we're not there to commercialize that. And the first people that should be the first clients to test it is amongst the incubators that we have, the 119 incubators that we have across the country, and the 200 plus that are owned by the private sector as we finalize our MSME plan in order to say where should we focus. How many incubators should be focusing on a particular industry? Because what we're looking at, also talking about commercialization, you may have had the Minister of Small Business Development during the budget speech announcing that this year we are also setting up the TIA Seed for Innovation Fund. because we want to track all these great innovations. But if we just track and leave them there without ensuring commercialization and the market access, which we regard public procurement as the first step, then we will be missing on what we exist to do. That's why I said I am the minister responsible for small business development, not small business, because the development aspect of it becomes critical. That's why I said the agency is small enterprise development and finance agency, because it should do both. We shouldn't operate like the other commercial banks are doing out there. Now, bringing these innovations into commercialization, just setting aside the fund that we've set aside as TIA, as for fund on innovation, is not going to solve the problems that we have. There's lots of not only information, there's lots of innovations. Whether you go to the universities, in the past 2 weeks, I've engaged with the deans of commerce across the 20, I think we had 22 universities that were present. As you also know that we have centers of entrepreneurship in most universities and TVET colleges, because we believe that there's lots of knowledge that is being produced. But where do we channel this knowledge to in terms of commercialization, knowledge, and the innovation? So we all agree that there's a need for us as the department to have a knowledge hub wherein every stakeholder and citizen that requires information that is researched on a particular component in a certain value chain of an industry, they can then go and begin to see this is the work that has been produced, and then they begin to identify the gaps in that knowledge production and begin to say when they go do other research, therefore they're complementing or challenging what exists, and that enables innovation, practically or evidence-based solutions that we need. So I mentioned knowledge, I mentioned ideation, I mentioned the need for commercialization, the need for financing, but at the center of it is the market access, which brings me to the Public Procurement Act that the President signed in 2024 with the now finalized public procurement regulations. I do hope that again you have familiarized yourselves with. I keep on going back to what the law says and what we've put in place, because I said we are celebrating 30 years of the Constitution. And it is important that as we stand up to shape our own future, we are aware of the rights and the responsibilities that we have that are enshrined in the Constitution, including our right to call for the reforms if the Constitution does not respond to the emerging economies that we see happening. That's why I take you back also to Section 22. Now, looking at the public procurement regulations, and you also look at the business licensing bill that we have introduced as a department, I hope you have read it or you have seen it. And you may have made inputs. It's important to make inputs, because reading and seeing it does not mean anything, but we need you to make inputs. If you now read our business licensing bill, we have a particular component on Section 17 again, which we've seen so many countries focusing on. Earlier on, I said it's important that South Africa moves away from just being consumer of technologies, but being producer of technologies, which is why I said even in the AI space, we shouldn't just see women occupying positions of utilizing existing technologies only. Yes, there are instruments that we must use, but we must also see women as drivers and innovators of new innovations that can bring certain AI agents that must be able to respond to today's challenges and tomorrow's challenges, just like the women of 1956. Section 17, therefore, then says we must be able as government to preserve or reserve certain components in certain industries of certain segments across the value chain of MSMEs. Reserve those for South Africans. And this we do not because we are xenophobic. As I said, I'm sure you know, you've seen it in most countries, that they will say we are reserving this particular industry for our locals. But in doing so, we've got to take into cognizance the fact that our capabilities in terms of production, our capability in terms of knowledge sharing, our capabilities in terms of building a better Africa whilst we are building a prosperous South Africa, but also making sure that the globe also does not leave South Africa behind, which is why in each industry where you would be saying we want to reserve certain components, you must be able to look at who are the potential players. This therefore poses a challenge to the incubators that we have. Because as we design that process, as we've already submitted to National Treasury on which products should be procured from the MSMEs. Now I said we move into section 17, that's going to be the reservation. What does it mean? Because specifically incubators should be able to respond, as I said, to current challenges by providing solutions of today and also of tomorrow, so that the commercialization and the market opportunities are not missed by the incubators. And this requires the boards, the agency, and everyone in the incubators, including the incubatees and the entire ecosystem, to make sure that they are fully equipped in terms of understanding the privileges that are presented by the Constitution and the other legislations that we are making. And as we talk education to enterprise development, education remains critical. That's why I mentioned that we saw the Deans of Commerce, we agreed on establishing a knowledge hub, formulating our own research agenda in order to give effect to what the NDP says. Because if we don't know, we don't have a clear plan, it means South Africa will be lagging behind. I mean, if you go to most areas, even now as we talk about access to digital infrastructure, we find that they're still connected on 2G. And yet spectrum was released years back, but people are not utilizing it. Camera is blocked. Again, we begin to see that most people struggle to have quality, stable connectivity, even in areas where you would want to say, we want to digitize everything, as people would complain, for example, about the challenges that they face in relation to turnaround times of CITFA and the many other DFIs that we have in the country. And again, the best solution is to go digital, but is everybody having access to that? Because I think we have moved beyond addressing a challenge of the digital illiterates, but the digital gap that remains across our people, which again is in breach of the Constitution. That's why I'm challenging the incubatees and the incubators, especially AB4IR, as the leader in this particular sector, to make sure that we come up with different innovations, including on how to bridge the digital divide by tapping into the new infrastructure technologies that you are talking about. As I mentioned, the WR for next year that's going to be held. Now, you also have had us launching the Imbali for Hair, which is a fund designed to support women entrepreneurs. And this is not meant to discriminate against males, but it's because we have a responsibility to again give effect towards the preamble of our Constitution says. I'm going to let you go read the preamble of the Constitution. And again, we have a responsibility to make sure that women take center stage and not only become just part of the employees, but they become drivers of those. We have introduced new MSME thresholds, and it is important that everyone who's listening to me here be able to understand or go and look for them. What are the new thresholds in terms of defining which segments of the micro, small, medium enterprises in the industries do they belong to? Because that's going to have an effect on how the procurement of the country is undertaken. That's going to have an effect on how the BEE codes are defined. And this is why I said, as we incubate, ours is to say, we take you from wherever you are, we have an idea, we work with you, but at the center of that is the importance of education and the knowledge that must be shared and produced. And this is why all enterprises that will be leaving AB4IR should increasingly be procurement ready, standards compliant, investment ready, and market ready. And the only way to do that is for them to get the right information, which means there is no break, guys. I know it's tiring to be learning every day. You've gone to school, you have all the different graduates, but most, the different degrees, but most of them are staying right now. You have seen what AI does. You've seen that software developers are losing their own jobs, Lovable is taking over. Other people are talking about ChatGPT and the many other AI agents that we see there. Reality is that the technology is here. How do we integrate it into our day-to-day lives in order to infuse the traditional way of doing things into the new ways of doing everything? Now, this means that the department cannot do all this work alone, especially giving effect to the 9 million jobs that we need to create out of the 11 million, which is why we are finalizing our process of developing the one MSME plan, which must give a direction to this country. As you know that our own mandate as a department is to lead and coordinate everything entrepreneurship development of small enterprises and cooperatives. It needs a clear direction as we have set the NTP. Therefore, how do we arrive to meeting those targets? And one of the things that we agreed on as the department is that if we are going to lead and coordinate effectively, we must have an integrated approach, which is why we have the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Framework. Now, out of that, it has different pillars. Out of that, we then come up with a one MSME plan, so that wherever you are, in which corner that you are in whichever industry that you are in, you know that this is what is expected of you. Just like we've done in responding to the challenge in terms of access to finance, to deal with some challenges and regulation mechanisms that are there, we designed or developed the fund and policy for small business, for MSMEs and cooperatives. And in that funding policy, we advocated for the establishment of the fund of funds, which you see being driven by Minister Pakstow for now, because the BEE still resides with him. But if you look into the functions, the ESG component, as we're trying to review the legislations, the functions that belong to the Department of Small Business Development and the instruments, they have to be put in one. But we will agree that he will be the leader, or according to the law, the BEE still resides with him. This is important because, as I said, in coordinating, you've got to have proper instruments. Now, proper instruments include incubators that are focused and deliberating, saying, if these are the opportunities, and this is how technology is moving, and therefore the people that are there, the incubators, should be able to provide the solutions that respond to what challenges are there, building on what already exists, as I said. Therefore, the one MSME plan responds to that, to coordinate the entire ecosystem, to say, in the agricultural space, as we have said in the threshold, this is the minimum of employees for you to be a micro business. And therefore, as we do set aside and the reservations in the business licensing bill section 17, which is going to cabinet and then will be taken to parliament, then we begin to build the pipeline instead of having many startups and businesses that are not responsive to market challenges or that die immediately after 3 years, because there's no alignment between policy, instruments, and the market opportunities that we have. So our objective is simple: one enterprise, one coordinated development pathway, one ecosystem focused on outcomes. And of course, AB4IR must therefore never become an island. It has to take into consideration all this other work that is being done by others. Within that, there's a need again to focus on intervening on the gap that I spoke about in terms of the digital structure. We announced and then we supported the thing. We spent about 65 million rand in order to boost infrastructure on the MSME categories, to say they can now own the telco or the digital infrastructure, them being providers of the infrastructure in certain areas, because we do understand that digital infrastructure is economic infrastructure. Without us investing in that to enable entrepreneurs not only to use the infrastructure, but to own and avail to other people, then we would be failing those that are in the space. Most of the time we talk about digital transformation as a process and everything, but for us in the department, it is not merely just connecting more South Africans. It is infrastructure and enabling South Africans to enjoy Section 22 of our Constitution. And we have said we're going to support about 50 ISPs that must build and own productive infrastructure. And when we do that, then it also talks to affordability, which is a key aspect in driving the digital transformation that we're talking about. Can we really build cooperatives that are able to own their own internet or their own digital infrastructure? It is possible because there's a group of young people, young and old, who are ISPs accredited by ICASA as we continue to have engagements with them, including on the spectrum allocation for smaller guys. Because for us, there is no space that should not be occupied by small enterprises. And this is why, as we will be appointing the ombuds for small businesses this week, we're just waiting for the finalization and approval from DPSA. We are going to be challenging you, colleagues. I want to warn you now. When you issue out your adverts, your tenders, and all of that, if we see that it discriminates against small businesses, we take you head on. Because, as I said, our responsibility is to respond to the critical challenge that is faced by the country, that of creating the $9 million out of the 11 million. So if we are to do that, we've got to make sure that public and private procurement enables smaller guys to participate. That's why we issued the new thresholds that we have issued. So familiarize yourselves with them, because indeed we do want to make sure that cyber security is provided by women, network management, data analytics. Those data scientists that I spoke about, and most of you in the comm space when I thought I was dreaming, I'm sure you're beginning to see what AI is doing to you now. I'm sure you're beginning to appreciate that I was not just dreaming when I said we need to have at least 1 million data science related skilled people in order to occupy our own space, so that we also tap into the mining space, own certain minerals that are important for technology. And today, it is about saying well done to Team AB4IR, and this journey will be working together. But most importantly, this is the challenge that you put to yourself. Congratulations to Team SITFA, congratulations to AB4IR, and thank you to all the partners that have had this journey with us, and thank you more to the incubators that were bold enough to take a decision and say they're not going to be bystanders, they're going to take an action, just like Abo Nelson and Winnie Madikizela Mandela did. And I dare you not to fail, because I know that in your own genes run the blood, in your own veins run the blood that ran through Winnie Madikizela Mandela. So no matter how it's frustrating to build that product that you want to build, you must know that you're a conqueror, you are bound to overcome, and we're here to walk the path with you. Let this work be closed by the words of Charlotte Manyamakbak, just to remind everyone that this work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self. And if you rise, make sure you lift others with you. Do not live above your people, but live with them. And if we do that, South Africa will occupy its rightful place in the economic battle that we are faced with. Thank you so much, Director of the program. I know I took much of your time. Apologies, as I said, I would have wanted to be there to listen and see everyone, but definitely will be coming back, not only for the building, but for the engagement and the challenge that we're going to be putting in all the incubators in terms of providing solutions to the challenges that we face today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and thank you very much to the chair as well. I think the message is quite clear. We have the ideas, we have the innovators, we are incubators, and let's use AI responsibly, technology to commercialize, and let's not leave anyone behind. Let's not leave it on the shelf. Let's make sure that, as our board of chair has mentioned, that SITFA is here to make sure that they support us. And very importantly to note, the Honorable Minister mentioned that, the compliance and ensuring that, we follow the governance of the various acts that are available to all of us can lead us to really succeed. And what I really liked is the challenge that has been put before all of us. So are we taking up the challenge? Gara lisho so. Lisho. All right, let me hear. What was the challenge? Going once, going twice. Renali the voucher mo witsi. We might just young voucher something. Let me see a hand up, please. Anybody? Remember, we're here to engage, right? You're not just consuming, we're engaging. What was the challenge from the minister? Yes, my good sir. Let me come to you. Guys, I'm not sure to stand behind the podium. Tato chilore. Also from a family, abarapedi. Le nna ke ka tloga ka bona podium e seiwa. So ke re ke chief before go ba hectic. And Dr. Pat.
Simply put, let us not be consumers, but also let us be producers.
Absolutely. Let us produce. We've got the ideas. Let's make sure that these ideas are commercialized, right? And let us take it from, Tshwane Township to the world. I get it. So we're here today just to remind you. And one thing I think the Honorable Minister also mentioned, something quite key and important. Maybe she's been listening from the top. We don't know, because does anybody remember the African proverb I shared in the morning? If you want to go alone, or if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, we go together. Let's try that again. If you want to go fast, you go. If you want to go far, we go together. Togetherness. Okay, can I hear everybody say together? Together. Technology together. I get it. Yes, absolutely. So I'm really excited. I know we have run over our program and we're running slightly behind, but trust, I'm here to make sure that we kind of catch up. Okay. There's something also that the board said, the chair said, which was quite interesting, and I made a note. I've been making quite a lot of notes. And just to recap something that the board said, around, creating these small businesses, but also putting it at the main table. It kind of aligns with what the Honorable Minister said, to say to the young woman in the room, right? You must be at the center stage. So you mustn't just be on the edge. And, as we go through the day, let's also remember that, we've got our leadership here. And this is an extraordinary day. It's not a day that you would be sitting with the board of chair in the same room, So make sure that you are, Barry, with every room that you are in, don't just be in it. Ask yourself, what is my purpose? What is my purpose? The chair also gave us a lot of challenges. He also challenged our way of thinking. He challenged how we are, creating solutions. I mean, we heard the Honorable Minister speaking about 6G. I've worked in telecoms, and for the first time in my life, I was shocked. And I was walking through, and there's so many boardrooms, and I thought to myself, I'm like, the boardrooms, others are named with, like the different opcos that we would operate in, and then others are named 1G, 2G. And then I got there the one day and I'm like, there's a boardroom called 7G. Is that where we're going? So it's quite incredible that, we can actually come up with solutions that are future fit. And in everything that we do, let's remain focused. I really like that. You know, like a value that you should always live by is having integrity and being focused, and always remembering that, you know, as you lift, as you lift up, as you go up, you lift as you rise. And you know, it goes back to that African proverb that I did share. So the digital margins or the digital economy is there and the technology is there. Let us develop it. But most importantly, let us be the owners. And I think that's what the chair was saying. Let us have ownership of these amazing innovations that we have. With that said, I'm excited. Are you guys excited? We are officially opening, you know, and we're officially going into the second, or the most important part rather, of today, where we are going to be going into the ribbon cutting. And I know that I'm excited. I'm getting goosebumps because this is actually my first time here. So we're going to have an opportunity to have a walkabout, so you can actually experience what we have. We also will be having a tea break. I know we want like something to drink, and the food is also very amazing. I mean, we've got lammertlets. How can the food not be amazing? I mean, but lemaras, even though they're in black and that of it's good, you're worried. It's kawara, man. I can't remember we you thendala ushilo, but teen again, singama, you know, millennials, and are there Gen Zs in the room? Yes. So Rona Remona, we're clocking it. We're clocking it, you know? And we saw even the president is now clocking it. So yeah, youth and Dallas doing the things. So with that being said, without wasting any time, I'm humbly going to ask that our leadership please make their way to where we will have the official ribbon cutting. And then we will then be followed by the, you know, our esteemed guests. So in this you know, protocol, we will be using the VIP door for our leaders. If I may ask the SETFA chairperson and his delegates to follow our ushers, along with the TVET chairperson and your delegates, Ntate Mokoena, as well as the AB4IR board, as well as the executives, to make their ways. And just to make it clear that, you know, just because of the numbers, it is quite tight. Let us allow the leadership to make their way. And while we do so, you know, you can have your walkabout and later then join outside. We will be breaking as well for a short tea break. We do have a long program, but don't worry, it's long, it's insightful, it is purposeful, and that's why we're here, right? We're here to inject ourselves with knowledge. We're here to really be game changers of the future. So we'll be having refreshments. Please network. You know, earlier on, it was quite interesting when I met the secretary, Ntate, from the board chairperson of SETFA. And, you know, when you introduce yourself, it's quite important to say where you're from so people know, you know. So don't just say, hi, I'm so and so. Just be more, you know, purposeful, more driven in terms of your engagement, so that you bounce off ideas. You never know. You might be meeting your funder. Yeah? You might just be meeting somebody who can find your business. You might be meeting somebody who you've been wanting to partner with this person. They've got a service that you have been looking for and you don't know whether, you know, where to find them. But yeah, is the place to be. And this is the place where you are actually going to really change lives. Remember that we are on social media. So please, whatever you do, whether you are taking a picture with the chair, make sure that you are tagging AB4IR on all the platforms. Hashtag WWIITS 2026. That is our official hashtag. And for your friends who aren't here, please do let them know. We are live on YouTube. We are live on Facebook. You can tag them. Go in there on the comment section. Tag them. Make sure that they are not missing out. Right? Because if we want to go far, we must go together. So if there's anybody who's not in the room, make sure that they are with us online. With that said, let us continue to lead humanity to sustainable tech innovation. And if the tech team can, you know, usher us with that song, Ga Honorable Ndabeni. You heard the chair. The chair asked a very important question. Do you not want the money? I want the money, chair. I want the money. I want the money. I actually attended a conference, interestingly enough, a few weeks back, and earlier. But what is your ideal number of success? As they play the song, think about it. Jack, I get 10 million as a start. Check, yeah, no. Okay, all right. Thank you. Are we ready? Yes. start again. Is everybody in the room with me? All right. I want you to put your hand up. Keep it up, okay? You are with us here at Wits, right? We're all here. Yes, we are present. All right. Keep your hand up if you met someone new today. Keep your hand up if that same somebody who is new, you've changed numbers with them. Yeah, I'm liking this. Put your hand up if you have shared any business concept ideas with that same person. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm trying to see if we're really purposeful. Keep your hand up if you remember what today's theme is. Okay, all right. All right, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for hanging tight. I did say today's jam-packed, it's filled. And if you've just joined us, perhaps you've just joined us online, I go by the name of Karabo Bongo. On the SABC, when I was still a young presenter there on SABC 1, I used to say, hey, welcome back, guys. What you want to do? What you want to New York City? And then you just see everybody in the studio getting excited. You know, so yes, we're back. We are still within the room. And if you have joined us online, thank you so much for joining us. Drop your name. I'll mention you just to see who's online with us. Our theme today, in case you've forgotten, we are leading with this very powerful theme, which is women leading humanity to sustainable tech innovation. So we're talking sustainability of tech, of innovation. And this morning we had an amazing opening. We had an address by our board member, Ms. Tipuo, who gave us an amazing overview of AB4IR, the journey and where we at. We had a moment where we remembered Ms. Kilebohile, and may her soul continue to rest in peace as she's left a very strong legacy behind. We have officially opened AB4IR. We had the deputy mayor with us. Yes. You see, if I was Oprah, I was going to give you a car right now, because that means you are here, you're focused, right? We also had our opening officially with a keynote speaker who is the deputy mayor of the city of Tshwane. We also had the CEO of AB4IR, Ms. Ingrid Mhlope, who also, really emphasized the importance of being here. We saw that very inspiring video of AB4IR, the journey, what they stand for, their values. We then also had a great, engagement with Mr. Motlatsi Mokoena, who is the council chairperson of Tshwane South Tech TVET College, who also reminded us of the importance of why we're here and, the bloodline that lives within this campus right here. We also then had an amazing speaker who is the board chairperson and a very important stakeholder for today, the board chairperson of the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency, and Tate Patrick Makape. And we had the Honorable Minister Stella Tembisa Ndabeni, who gave us a keynote address on our leading theme for today, which is Women Leading Humanity to Sustainable Tech Innovation, which reminded us of the importance of not just really ideating, but also making sure that with every idea that we bring to the table, that it is important that we commercialize it. We take it from Tshwane to Tokyo. We must go to the world. So whatever it is that we do, we must be impactful. We must remain committed to making sure that we are following compliance. We're governable. We know that, the importance of the various acts. She quite emphasized on the fact that she is the Minister of Small Business Development. She made a huge emphasis on that. And we then officially had the ribbon cutting of, AB4IR. We opened up the hub officially, and it's been around for years, but we had the blessings of the chairperson today, and we continue to be in the midst of our dearest leadership with us today. And we thank you so much for staying with us throughout our program. I hope you managed to grab a young snack, a young water. You're not dehydrated. It is getting quite hot. Yes, because kuyashisa la. Siphethe youth endala, siphethe ama-Gen Zs, siphethe ama-millennials, kuri generations ekawufela. Go shota Gen Alpha, but I'm sure they're watching online because they are that digital generation. So with this said, we're going to be moving into another masterclass, which is quite important. Today we're here to collect gems of knowledge, gems that are really going to equip us to really run this future, closing those digital gaps, running the digital economy, and really making an impact. And really, for us as a community to really just create a space that even the generation to come, like Ntata Motlatsi mentioned earlier, that we're not doing it for ourselves, but we are doing it also for the generation to come. We're setting a legacy, a foundation, an environment that is quite important that we too should be proud of in the years to come. So, pardon me as I go through my device here. Kutlile ntate chairperson o tshilo re guys batho ba tshwere dipampiri o ska nkomanya. O ska nkomanya ba nneile yona. Ke ye yaka. Aizana. Wa bona. Ke a zama nyana le nna wa bona yaanong ke a bona gore dipampiri tse go ngata go kuningi. But yeah, we soldier on and we keep having an amazing day. So our masterclass, does anybody want to guess what it's about? Let's get a little program. Mara, okay, it's fine, right? I've been dropping this word quite a lot. Purpose. It's important that we continue to lead with purpose. As we lead with purpose, today we get the opportunity of hearing from the one and only Umam Sipogazi Simandla, a human resource development and technology expert with over 25 years of experience across mobile telecoms, broadcasting, ICT governance, engineering, human resources, strategic facilitation. A master house. All right, so she's accomplished in technology, and what better do we need such a person to be in our midst today, with business professionalism in expertise such as strategic planning? Because I mean, if you're not strategic, then how do you make sure that you're commercializing and you're actually executing those business ideas? With experience in project and program management, stakeholder engagement, very important, because for your partners and your sponsors, that's where it comes through. So we know that Umam Spogazi today in this masterclass, she's really going to give us all the gems. And if there's anything, please, during lunch, when you see her and you are sparked by what she says, rather, please don't be shy. Just go up there. Be courageous. I want us today to leave here being inspired, being courageous, being committed to collaborating. So Umam Spogazi is very passionate about inspiring people, right? And she has the full potential of helping organizations achieve tangible goals. So those tangible results don't just happen. Obviously, you need to have, that strategic planning, the strategic thinking. And I always say, when I have, sessions like these, that when you do set your goals, don't be, unrealistic. You need to be realistic. And I'm sure she'll touch on, creating those realistic goals. So for our masterclass, that is really focusing on the woman behind the innovation, the woman leading with purpose, resilience, and well-being. And we know that in 2026, that well-being is very important. 2020 taught us that mental health is quite important. So how do we juggle the two? We know that post 2020, there's a lot that has happened, just as human beings on a daily basis. We are human. We go through a lot of things. We have a lot of challenges, but how do you find that balance? How do you then ensure that you are thriving while, being innovative and being purpose-led? So with that being said, please help me welcome the Chief Executive Officer for Bulunga Systems, Ms. Sipogazi Simandla. While Umam Sipogazi comes up, I'd like to acknowledge the directors of the board members of SETFA, Director Peterson and Director Nseka, all protocol observed. Thank you.
Good morning. I think everyone is avoiding this pulpit. I'll follow as well and just stand next to it. I don't know what it did to who, but it seems to be having, there's an avoidance thing that's going on with it. Thank you to the organizers. I came in a bit late and I missed the timing when we had, we were remembering Kele. And I couldn't, the whole day as I was driving here this morning, my spirit was just moving in and around her. So every time I'm sitting here in this moment, I just want to acknowledge again to the people that what you had in your program. So I just wanted to touch there, okay? An hour and some order. I'm gonna need someone to help me with time. And I'm hoping.
Yes, ma'am. Apologies. So we'll give it till 1:10. Fair?
Okay.
Thank you.
I am a fan of having conversations and not having master classes. So I've asked that there is a mic that is available. I don't think I have one of the best voices you can find. That's why I didn't go to radio or TV. TV is obvious for the looks, but for radio, I don't have the best voice. So I'm hoping we can have a conversation. Is that right? And we're talking about words that we're mostly familiar with. So when I got the topic, I thought when everyone is asking you to talk about purpose, and we've got 3 topics, pillars that we're going to be moving around talking. It's on purpose, resilience, and well-being that touch up on innovation. I'm going to touch a little bit on myself, but I want to go back to redefining those topics. And it's topics that we've had before. You know when someone preaches on John 3:16, and you're like, no, but there's nothing new you can tell me. For God so loved the world, that can't be anything new. So when you're given that, it's actually even more harder than when you're preaching on something that people don't know. And the one thing that stood out for me is that purpose has got space and time. Because what was in purpose, and I was thinking this because someone was asking me if I'm still involved in sport. I used to be an athlete. I know my body doesn't say, but I used to be an athlete. And I used to play soccer. And now times change. I'm in that group of youth and Dala. And now I have to find new mechanisms of staying fresh. And therefore, what used to be in purpose for me is out of season. And now I have to find new ways of staying fit within relevance of my life. So I want to talk about purpose and being resilient from a space of well-being. But one of the things that stood out for me, I'm going to have you jump around because I don't have a screen in front of me, so I have to, where is it? That one there. And one of the things that's in there, I just want to have 1 or 2 people that can assist me with the definition of purpose, so that I know we are both in the same. What does purpose mean? Just so that I know we are all in the same page. Is there someone that can assist me with that? Mike? Anybody from the floor, by the way? I did say we're having a conversation, right? And I'm between you and lunch. So the more we move and engage, the quicker we get to lunch. And just the meaning of purpose, so that if there's, for the people at the back that might not know, people at the back don't listen, they get blamed for everything. Yes, sir. Mic is off.
Something that you're meant to do with your life?
Something you are meant to do with your life. Anybody else? There was a hand somewhere there at the back.
Your reason for being. Your reason for being.
Your reason for being. Is a purpose
does it stay with you permanently still as the same purpose, or does it morph itself to different things at different times? Or so I'm almost wanting to talk about evolution when you were 5 versus when you are 12 versus when you are 25 versus when you are 40. I made a joke with someone as I was sitting there. I couldn't remember somebody's name. And I said, oh, damn this menopause. Because I couldn't remember someone's name. You have different problems at different stages of life, right? Yeah. I get personal. So we'll get personal, ne? Good. You forget people's names, right? And if part of your purpose is connecting, then you find at a certain life stage, forgetting people's names is a problem. Now it messes up with your purpose because now you have to find a new skill of finding a way to still connect with people, but changing the method. Okay? So one of the things I'm going to try and do as I link the topics, what I have found works with me and purpose, and with me being an entrepreneur, when people talk about your accolades in terms of what you've done, it's as if it's not your life. I'm not sure if we can close that door. There's a bit of noise that is coming through. Thank you. So one of the things that happens is people talk about, before you come up the stage and they read your thing, you think, who are they talking about? Because a part of you has lived those lives at different moments. It's not all of you at one go. And for you, you also remember the good, the bad, and the ugly. But when people narrate, they narrate the good. And when those people who know you, they'll sit with you in the corner and actually laugh because they know halfway through the process while the good was happening, you were also trying to manage the bad. You were trying to avoid the ugly. So one of the things that tends to happen with people when we talk about purpose, we talk about it from a place of euphoria. We talk about it from a place of it being grand. For me, the idea, someone said to me, a fish's purpose to be in the water and swim, it does it every day without having to think. And if you have to find your purpose, I've had a lot of people saying, I need to find my purpose. And it usually, I get baffled with that because a part of me thinks and says, but it should be coming out of you naturally because you should be living it in the same way that the fish swims without having, fishes don't go to school to learn swimming. It's such a pity that and I'm not an anti-education people, ne? I am also a studying person and to have level 8, 9 or whatever the level is. So I'm not anti-adding knowledge. But what I am anti is not believing that what you have in you is not enough. If there is a sense of purpose that you need to have, the same applies to starting a business or having run a business. I didn't set out to run a business because I had a grander idea that was outside me. It was me living out my purpose. So if you read the word a bit slower of my company, the name is Bokulunga, which means that goodness will prevail. My ethos of my life is about goodness. If I do nothing good to you, let me rather not do anything bad. Let me walk away. Let me walk away. So that has always been. So when people come into the company and we want to talk about values, the first value of the company is goodness. Is that if we can't do anything, if it's not going to be good, and goodness now changes your whole posture of how you react when someone does something you don't like, how you react when you're dealing with toxicity, how you react when things don't go your way. so it becomes a way of being. It is not something that you go to. Because if it's something that you go to, it means that it's something that you can live. So the thing around it is to say, all of you have defined, is there anybody who hasn't, I don't want to even ask it, who has not aligned with their purpose yet? Show of hand? Or who's not sure how far or how close they stand with their purpose? Yes, no? There's a hand, and it's a good place to also know to say, Ankosho. And you always, every now and then, because life happens, sometimes there's a distance between what you ought to be doing and where you are. And that's normal too. And in that normalcy, you then have to find a mechanism to say, kahle kahle, and that's why I have about 3 or 4 people in my life that I use for sanity check. And so I called them and I said to them, can I give you a scenario that happened? This happened, I responded this way. Do you think this is me responding, or is it, because sometimes the trauma in you also responds, eh? Have you seen when trauma in you responds, you're like, that wasn't me. I think it was my past pain or something responded. So someone who knows you well enough then reminds you and says, no, this wasn't you. Ordinarily, you would have responded this way, which means that you are in misalignment. And because it's not your original person. So purpose is very much aligned to identity. And if you're taking notes, you can put that down. If your identity becomes shifted every now and then, you are always going to be trying to find your purpose, or your misalignment is. And when you are out of purpose, you also know it. And that's why for me, it's always important to keep 3 or 4 people that you can do sanity check with, that can call you out. And those people are honest enough to say, no, Mchana, no, lahlilela. You've gone off rail. And that's part of life. Now, in business, there's I said, I'm going to shame you're going to be in trouble because I'm going to be hopping between slides, but you can stand there for now. A lot of people want to identify people based on what they do. We are a commercialized society that are focused on human doings, not on human beings. And most now and then we forget a part of, I think in Zulu when they say sanbonan, which means that we see you. And remember, it's in plural, not in singular, which means that you and those that have come before you, that have allowed you to stand here in front of me, I see you. If we were not rushed enough, we would have the moment to actually see each other. And we would see each other in the depth of what we are saying and who we are. And maybe if you are more slightly afraid, you're trying to find your feet, I'll be more patient with you because I can see you. So if you want to be a supporter of people that are living out their purpose, see people more. And even when you're in a hurry, take the time. Even when you know, I've sat in places where I'm like, oh Lord, they're going to kill me where I'm going. I'm incredibly late, but I see someone wants to talk to me. I sit and I listen because at that moment I understand that I'm actually meeting the soul. And that's what keeps technologies and businesses running, by the way. People who have experienced my journey, and sin, and in my journey there's madness as well, ne? There's a bit of that. And in that madness, they have also been patient with me. And in that, they've also allowed then the fruit, because part of running a business is actually a fruit of who you are. So as much as people write business plans, and they are good, they are needed at SITFA for us to supply, so that we can get the funding. So I am for that. But over and above that, there's something they call the jockey. The jockey has to be solid. People, they'll tell you, we fund the jockey. We can't fund just the business plan, because you can also outsource business plans, by the way. There's people who draft business plans and you pay them. But when they call you to come and present, if you are not convinced of what you need to do, therefore they will not fund you. That's why now, as you see the slides, I'm struggling to go through them because I already know what's in slide 20, and now I'm moving backwards and I'm mixing the content because I understand the essence of what we need to do. So innovation by itself doesn't help if the person behind it, in this context, if the woman behind it is not centered in their purpose. That is why most instances, or in some instances, when you meet people who are there to present an idea, you can tell, ukuthi, I lona, as we call it, we are franta. Have you heard those terms? Someone else wrote the idea, someone else wrote the concept. Bona, they are just there to try and make up the number. And it happens with women, because in most instances they get told we need 30% or X percentage of women representation, and purely by birthright you show up. Let's not be those types of ladies. Bet on something that you believe in. And one of the reasons that will help you with innovation that you believe in is that do something that you believe in. There's a strict, a balance between doing something that sells and doing something that you believe in. And I understand you always have to be in season. You have to sell something that is in market, but you don't have to be doing all businesses. Have you seen those businesses where someone is doing catering, construction, give me the other one, security company, and the fourth one or the fifth one that they layer all of them, right? It looks like you are everywhere. And I know it's a question of opportunity. Someone is saying, they said they wanted a security company, so I put in my things. Then tomorrow they say they're looking for catering. Because I cook at home, I'm also catering. Because I have never done any of those things, because I know I'm just doing them at a home level, but not at a commercial level. What it does is that it dilutes your brand. What it does is that it makes the jockey to lose his steadiness. Because Ninning, he's wearing an apron, Ninning, he's wearing safety boots. And therefore you get then the confusion in the brand. So I'm talking part to the individual, then I'm talking part to the woman that's in business, and how I have made my choices in terms of purpose, and how I have been able to weather storms in business, aligning them to my purpose. Making sense? Now, the funny thing with purpose and running a business is that it doesn't happen on its own. Remember, you go to work and you still need to come home. So when you go to work, you have left at home children, you have left at home, you have demands of family. And I call them the bigger shareholders. Those shareholders are not kind. Eh? Have you ever promised a child something and then you don't take them or you forget to buy it? No, they're not polite, but they say, but you said, ubute, you'll take us out. And you realize that invoice wasn't paid. And now what are you going to do? So, and they don't let you get away with it. And they don't know that that fund that was supposed to have come from SITFA wasn't, the committee didn't sit. Now I'm picking on SITFA because I can. The committee didn't sit, and therefore the approval never came or declined, and whatever else the reasoning is behind it, it's above the level of their understanding. You always need to have that balance. And part of your resilience is going to come from the people that trust you with or without money. And in most instances, it's your support structure. There's this term that people say when it's at the top, it's lonely, or whatever the terms they say. Mina, either I don't get to the top, I always move with people. Because here's the reason, I always avail myself to other people. One of the problems I used to have in the beginning as an entrepreneur, because I was told I needed to network. I was told my net worth is my network, that association. And most of the men, they go to bars for drinking after work or wherever they will go. I would have said shipping in another place. See, I'm exposing myself. I wouldn't even say tavern, you can see. They go to different drinking places. Let me use that neutral term. Or they'll go, now we call it golf. They'll go to golf. Now, if you're not a golf player, where are you going to meet this net worth? Because now you're trying to chase this net worth because you are told it's your network. And one of my declarations I made, by the way, one of the things I do, I speak to things. I believe in creating. I speak to things. In the same way he said, let there be, I say, let there be. And for some strange, or not a strange reason, for reasons true to the universal laws, it manifests. So I said, I'm not going to go to bars and go and drink when I don't want to drink. I've got small kids at home I need to go to. So when I finish at work, I go home. I'm not gonna go to a bar if I don't want to go to a bar. 2, I will play golf if I want to, not because I want to connect. I tried it. I come from a place of failure. I tried it. I've got golf clubs sitting at home and a membership at World of Golf. It didn't work. But here's what I learned from it, is that the people I need to meet, I will meet them even if I'm buying bread at Spa. And that has given me peace, not to chase and be in places I don't need to be in because I'm told I need to network. The people that I need and those that are within your pathway of success, there's what they call elsewhere destiny helpers. Your destiny helpers, you'll meet the man at Spa. Him and I were supposed to have had coffee a while back, and we walk in now and we laugh. And he stands over just now, 5 minutes ago, he says, give me your phone. Here's my details. We need to talk. Call me now. I was supposed to have gotten back to you. We didn't set up this appointment to meet up here. I didn't even know he was going to be here today. So we need to be clear as women not to push ourselves in things that are unnatural. So if you don't want to play golf, don't play golf, man. It's okay. I don't have my handicap is 36, happily so. I am not about to improve it. And it's okay, there's other people too who don't play golf. So we will meet them. And when there's golf days, I go there for the 19th hole and sit with the other people after they finish with their 18 holes and sit and then meet the people I need to meet. So the point I'm trying to make is, as you look at aligning yourself with the things that you need to have, do not come out of yourself so that you are misaligned with who you are in such a way that you leave yourself behind because you're trying to chase a network. You'll get the network, but realize that you've lost yourself. Always take yourself with you. And when you take yourself with you, even with networking places, I think mine is also in the struggle of also trying to, I've also had to learn that not all spaces are for me. And that too is okay. One of the things that I probably decided first, because I thought one of my measure of success was being cover page Forbes magazine. Have you seen those ladies on cover? I had the look practiced. It never came 40. There's 50 under 50 now, and even there, I'm dwindling out. I don't know if they can do 70 under 70. Then at least I might still make it then. But in the process, once I let go of that, then I had the freedom to be me. And I've found that the people that I need to then be around are much easier to find. It becomes easier to talk about resilience and to talk about well-being if you are with yourself. COVID did a good number on me. If people who've known me, Tesh and I, we were, that's Miss Teshlin, by the way, guys over there. She's the CEO of Innovator Trust. She's a good friend of mine. She's seen me through a lot. And she has, as an organization, they help out. And I'm singling her out because she's also a business partner here at AB4IR. And when I lost the business during COVID, and I lost the offices, because she was asking me now, where are you now? I mean, I says, is it the other office or that other office? Because the other one you lost. It was being able to bounce back and also being okay with losing. There's people who don't recover when they've lost because they personalize an event and think that it's their identity. It was an event, it was a season. Now, I can't take winter and make it a definition of my whole year. Winter only lasts for 3 months. I know summer is coming, so I behave as such. All I do is I dress up warm and I take the supplements that are needed. But at the back of my mind, I know this season is going to pass. So if you're sitting in that season, because we're in different seasons as we're sitting here, understand that all seasons come and go. The identity of what you had as your purpose. And once you understand life as seasons, therefore your outlook and your mindset as you talk to resilience gives you an automatic bounce back. If you're spraying, whatever touches you, you're able to do that and come back. So you might have been sitting and thinking, hey, you don't know me now, but I sat on Monday with someone. Is that my time? See? I knew I wouldn't, you would chase me away. Can I run away with the mic? 2 minutes, then I close up. I sat on Monday with someone who had been on a coaching session with someone who had been dismissed from their job as a CEO, whom the wife has just filed for divorce. And we know when your matches is switch on both sides and you can get a sense of it's burning both sides. I had to say to him, it's a season. Allow all things to fall. If they're falling like leaves fall, let them fall. Let's not try and catch them. When they are done falling, then again, we hold on that spring is coming. Okay? So, in whatever business, as an employee, as an employer, as an executive in the space that you're in, understand that one, your identity will inform your purpose. You can't find it outside you. You can be misaligned, but it can never be lost. Two, for resilience to settle in you, you need to know that everything happens in seasons. And don't personalize seasons. Allow them to just be that, seasons. Thirdly, on your well-being, if you choose yourself in everything, even in networking, you first network with you before you network with the world, you'll suddenly realize that you being well is the one asset that you as a jockey can be able to sell. You are your number one brand first. Thank you.
Wow. Ma'am Sipokazi, that was absolutely amazing. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Because wow, what just happened? My word. How are you guys feeling after that? I just want to hear, just shout words. Wow, I'm hearing a wow at the back. Awesome. Yes, I'll answer on your behalf. I charge for answering, like my name.
Colleagues, you'll forgive me. I'm the host. You know, I grew up in the Methodist church, right? I don't go anymore. It's been a while. But ikhona lento lena ukuthi into mayikuhlukumeza nthiwa uthore gabohloko you need to talk ngoba ukhuliswe ngabantu abadala masiyekeni le phone. I'm rising to because I'm an educator and the words from House Spogas, they moved me. We in the TVETs chair, we educate the poorest of the poor. These are kids who come from difficult backgrounds. As they walk in here, they don't have airtime. They didn't eat coming from home. They do not know how they're gonna get home. They do not know, some of them, where they're gonna sleep. That's what we deal with every day. And I'm saying this because when you talk about a purpose, that's what we try to drill into them every day, that for as long as you keep walking, all you gotta do is keep walking. The purpose, is a journey. That's what they have come to understand. You gotta keep, walking the journey because the purpose, will lead you to where, you need to go. I'm really saying this, Uguti. Thank you, Mama. Your words, I think, moved us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Nanoma singangena enkonzweni bafethu. Akunankinga. Kwaze kwamnandi eWits 2026. Yo. Is it just me, Mara? Like something just moved in the atmosphere. Was it just me? Uchilo ntate Mokoena uchilo rai podium ena le mathata. And Mom Spokas, you tried moving away from it, but I saw you. You were leaning on the word of purpose. I absolutely loved it. And you know what? I just feel like we can push another 30 minutes. What do you think? Right? Let's push it. Let's keep going. Right? Because now that we're here, it's just like it's going. It's going. So the team has asked that I send through sincere apologies because the purpose here at WITS is that when we host, worldwide women incubation and technology, we don't just enjoy. We want it to be amazing. So trust me, the lunch is going to be amazing. It's worth the wait. It really is worth the wait. But I just want to reflect. You spoke about personal brand, which is something that I'm really passionate about. I come from an industry of communications, of marketing, of television and radio. And, growing up in television, they tell you perfect image, perfect sound. So how you look would reflect on screen and would reflect in terms of what you're saying. So, everything comes with preparation. And I like the fact that you mentioned seasons. I always think of whatever circumstance in 4 phases, and in any business as well, there's phases. In any challenges, there's phases. And I remember while I was studying psychology, there's something that has always stuck with me, and I've used it in each and every challenge or scenario that I come across. You spoke about failure. My very amazing uncle who's married to Mangwane Waka once said, Kari, you know, sometimes it's good to fail. And I was just alluding to him. My daughter had gone to go play inter-house netball. And it was funny because now she was sleeping in the car and I was going to go drop off my other cousin. So, and because her teammates didn't want to pass the ball at the right time, and she was on a winning streak and she kept on scoring. And she walked out of the court and she had scored incredible goals, like 5 goals. And this is the first time, I mean, last year was terrible. They didn't even get 1 goal, you know. And this time she came out crying, Ali Pinky, mommy, they didn't know. And I'm like, oh, good, relax, girl. You just scored 5 goals. So when I told my uncle this, and he said to me, Karabo, it's good, teacher, that failure is good, because without failure, then there's no lesson. So the more you fail, the more you learn. And what's that saying? You live and learn, right? So exactly that, Mama. You leave the house, you see it's cloudy. Are you thinking, do I leave it with an umbrella? And then you doubt it. And it's also listening to your gut instinct. Do I stay at this golf day? Do I stay for the dinner, for the drinks? And then the little voice is saying, no, go home, and you're not listening to it. Then something happens and you're like, yo, so also purpose is also being able to listen to self. Purpose is also being able to listen to self. Purpose is also about building your own personal values. Yes, we come from homes, we come from different spaces where, you know, values are taught. You're taught management. You know, you're taught respect. You're taught to, you know, be humble. You're taught those are values that you're brought up with. But ask yourself this today: what are your personal values? And I think from this conversation around building resilience, you know, managing wellness, it's important to have that sanity check. And I want to say this, especially to the young people. I know youth and Dala, we'll leave it for another day. But to my young girls, my young women, my young leaders, future leaders, there's nothing wrong with seeing a psychologist. There's nothing wrong with feeling that this is not a safe space. I mean, now we see how social media can like turn into a spiral of cyberbullying. And so just call, speak to someone you don't know. You know, there's toll-free lines that you can call where you can get help and assistance, and there's absolutely nothing wrong. I've been seeing a psychologist since 2020. I still see it today, and it's helped me. To your point, Mamsi Pogazi, that if you are not okay, if you don't put yourself first, then you can't come out as the personal brand that you envision. So as you build your personal brand, don't forget what your mission is. What is your mission? What is it that you want to achieve? So I can go on because this is my favorite topic. But let's remember, when you know your purpose, it's easy to bounce back. It's easy to bounce back. My psychologist always says, you can't pour from an empty cup. You cannot pour from an empty cup. And also, who said you must pour when your cup is full? No, let your cup overfloweth. Give them what is on the saucer, the bare minimum. And there's nothing wrong. Be selfish with yourself. Yes, amen to that. All right, so we're gonna move into my favorite spot, the diva spot. And this here is quite amazing because it also like interlinks with, you know, what we've been talking about your purpose and how you position yourself. And remember that purpose will allow you to not even matter what position you are. Purpose will position you where title doesn't matter. And that's exactly what Spokas was saying, Uguti. You don't have to be on the front cover of the magazine to meet your purpose, to achieve your goal, to achieve your mission. So in the next 30 minutes, and ladies, please, at 2 o'clock, cut off. That's when the credits are rolling. Generation say, you're like, yo, what's happening next? Ne? Oh, and the screen also did something. Okay, cool. So now we're going to move into our Diva Spotlight from purpose to impact. Without purpose, you can't be impactful, right? So we move into women who built it anyway. They broke barriers. They built legacies. They said, no matter how hard it is, I'm going to do it. No matter how hard it can be, I'm going to climb to the top. No matter what happens, I'm a stick to my purpose. I'm going to stick to what it is that I've been called to do. And actually, I'm really excited for this one. Joining us for the Diva Spotlight is Ms. Kiara Betswe, and she is the founder and chief executive officer of Pixel Crayon Media, as well as Ms. Smangele, chief executive officer of Ijobi. Let us put our hands together for the two ladies. So I've seen this brand everywhere, so I'm interested to hear how it got to where it is. All right, without wasting any time, I know we are tight on time. Let me get another mic, please, for Usis Mangele. Thank you so much. Perhaps, ladies, a brief intro. I know I just did a high level, but just 30 seconds intro of yourselves. It's always nice. I know Mom Smith was like, "Oh, are they talking about me?" So I'd love to hear you speak about yourself. It also links to personal branding, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Should you go first? Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Kiara Betswe Mumakwe. I'm the managing director and co-founder of Pixel Crayon Media. Our company does, we are a visual communications company that we give faces to companies that need faces, that is faceless. So we do graphic designing, animation, web designing, and we also do skills training as well. So, yes.
I'm Smangele, by the way. So thank you so much for this opportunity to share and talk about my journey. I'm afraid to say what I do because Mem Sipho guys said there are some women who wear boots and then aprons so I'm that woman. But I always tell people that I am a life coach in love with maths and science and technology. And that's the reason why I'm a serial entrepreneur with multiple entities in technology, in engineering, and also in education. But today I'm particularly speaking about Ijobi, which is an AI recruitment platform that connects employers and job seekers. So that's really me in a nutshell.
All right, exciting stuff. Okay, so we're gonna go into an engagement session, right? Perhaps let's start here. When you started your business, right? Take us back to the first day when you had that idea. And please, if you've got any questions, just put your hand up. This is an engagement session. There's really no presentation, but it really is for us to understand how you moved from, the inception or conceptualization of your business, of your idea, to where it is today. So we'll start with you, Ms. Kiara Betswe.
I don't know where to start, but I'll be, okay, let me take you back. Before I started the business, I was a 9-to-5 person. I was working in different production companies and I saw how they were limiting my creativity. And for me to start Pixel Crayon Media was not because I'm passionate, I wanted to be an entrepreneur. It came from a point of frustration that I'm not even given a time or a chance to do what I want to do. So I started it. I took a very huge risk, because I started with nothing. At that time, I was pregnant with my daughter. Can you imagine 2 babies, the new business and a baby that is alive? So when I started it, I didn't know where to start. The only thing that I knew was to design. I didn't understand the business part of it. I didn't know who to go to or where to market myself. So with that, I had to learn how to do that, like in smaller bits and pieces. I remember my first client for that year. For the whole year, I got paid. Should I say it?
Please say it. It's a safe space, right?
Okay, I got paid
250 for designing a logo. And that was it. And at that time I was like, am I doing the right thing? Or should I go back to my 9 to 5? So I was like in between, like, should I? And something told me that you are here. You already did it. It shows that somebody needs your service. You can do it. So just give yourself time, give yourself the tools to learn the business, to understand how you market your product or your service. And you go through different loopholes. You find a group of people who don't know what you're doing. You find a group of people who say, oh no, go back to doing your 9 to 5 and balance it. And you find some people say, no, just go to corporate because you're a creative. Corporate and creative are two different things. It was a challenge, but I had to learn through that. And today I'm here.
Nice. And of course, Ms. K, you won't tell us how much now you are making. I get but you are making it, you are raking it.
Yes, I am.
Absolutely. So, Ms. Mangele, tell us a little bit about your business and, what ignited you? Because I know a lot of the time we are trying to kind of, close a gap that we've probably identified.
So I'm from Limpopo, Seshego, and at that time we had an educational center running. And we would find that a lot of young people would come into our center wanting to use our computers, wanting to access internet and so forth. And then we realized that it's a big problem. And I always talk about Thabo, who's actually a real person. And one of the people who came through was Thabo. And Thabo would travel 100 kilometers from his village just to access an internet shop. In some of the villages still today, people are still on edge technology. So we realized that this is a big problem. And then when I started researching with my other co-founder, we realized that there was more than, at that time, around 2017, 2018, 16 there was more than 1.5 million non-active job seekers, people who just decided to give up to look for job opportunities. So we decided to build a product that will allow Thabo to send his CV via SMS and USSD back then at the time. And that's how the idea was born.
I love that. Wow. And actually, please, a bigger round of applause because I've never heard of sending a CV SMS. Ha! Talk about innovation. Okay, before I ask my next question, I'm going to open up the floor. Anybody with a question? Yes, there we go. Please, 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 please come this way, if you don't mind. Okay, so as she comes up, how did that story play out for Thabo? Where's Thabo now? Because these are success stories, these are real stories of real people, right? So maybe while our beautiful lady comes up here quickly, if you can just maybe give us, 1 or 2 sentences around where Thabo ended up.
Thabo is a software developer in Centurion. So he became our IT guy at the center. And then we have also helped over 400 Thabos get opportunities as a company over the last 6-7 years. Yeah.
We love it. We love it. Please introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, and then you may proceed with your question.
Okay. I'd like to greet you all. All the way to Club. I'm coming from ISEP TUT. The question I had was for Miss over here. You spoke about like having doubt on continuing with the corporate and continuing with the business. So what kept you motivated to go on with your business?
Once you're bitten by the bug, it's so difficult to go back to what you used to do. So with me, it was understanding that there's more that I can offer than just sitting. I didn't want to go back to that desk and be frustrated that I'm not being creative enough or I'm not doing enough. So I sat and I'm like, I'm going to push through this. And even the money that was coming in, it was so good, like really earning your own money, knowing that you don't have to wait for somebody else. And you say like, okay, with this amount, with this funds, I managed to, get it through my creativity or through my hard work. And that's the thing that kept me going.
Okay, so you basically saying like it kept you like you had a passion and then you conquer it.
Yes, something like
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being so brave and coming on stage. Not a lot of people would want to do it, but thank you. For me, my next question is around, moving from identifying that concept, identifying that problem that you want to solve. And I know that, sometimes we are so fearful. It's the fear of the unknown. Take us through the moment where you now put together your SWOT analysis of your business, because that's also quite important, to identify, to say, okay, these are the strengths of the business, these are the opportunities that I have. It's always good to have a dichotomy of, okay, this is what works, this is what's good, but also these are my weaknesses. I mean, you mentioned that Thabo is now a software developer for your very own company when he once was your customer. So how have you, broken barriers? How have you exceeded those challenges or weaknesses and threats within your various businesses?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, in entrepreneurship, it's really very challenging. For me, what worked was ecosystems, for one. Fortunately or unfortunately, I got to meet the founder of AB4IR back in the day. She found us with an idea, with a concept, and then ultimately we won the ICT awards, and then we became part of the ecosystem for the Innovation Hub. And I don't think if I wasn't part of those ecosystems, Ijobi would still be here today. So as much as there are challenges of finances, challenges of building a company with no funds and getting customers, and then ultimately when you get customers is keeping the customers and then making sure that the systems are working at all the time. I think the one thing that worked for me and that kept me sane was being part of ecosystems, because I knew problems are going to be there. One, I didn't even know what I'm going to price the product at. At first we were excited. Oh, we've got this product, it's working, SMS, USSD. Wow. But then it's like, okay, how are you going to make money? We had no cooking clue. It's like, okay, where are you going to get your customers? We had no clue, but we had to build things as we were moving. We had to build things as we were navigating our way. But what helped us the most was being part of an ecosystem. And that's why we are here today. Despite all these challenges, because we had support, mentors, people that were guiding us, that's what kept us going, and that's what kept us, sane. Because sometimes it can be a very lonely journey when you're in entrepreneurship.
Absolutely. Ms. K, for you?
Like she said, it's also good to have a good ecosystem. When I started, I was part of the Innovation Hub EKASI. Incubated. I was incubated there, and that's when I had to do the whole learning of how the business work. And with that, it kind of like opened my eyes that you don't really have to focus on just one angle of the business, but also to really put yourself out there. And also it's okay to ask for help. And if you don't know something, it's also okay to ask for help on that as well. And also meeting the CEO when she was at the Innovation Hub, it kind of helped us, most importantly, to really understand why the type of business that I want to be in. Even though that they didn't cater for creative or digital creatives, but they found ways to connect me with the relevant people so that they could help me with it.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Okay, I see we've got a question over there. Oh, more questions. Okay, there. Okay, I've got my runners. I've got my team. My team is there. So we've got 3 questions. Please do stand up. Tell us your name, and then, proceed with the question.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Lesego Raborifi. My question, it's something that the lady on the side touched on. It's the pricing issue.
Yes.
I think most innovators have that problem. They've got 2 main problems. One is the pricing. How do you price your idea? How do you price your business? considering that you are an innovative person, means that business doesn't exist. You're probably the first person to put it there. So it becomes difficult to set up a price. Secondly, the red tape. People have ideas. People want to present their ideas. But you sit with an idea, you present an idea, and they tell you the idea will not fly. A few years later, it's one of the biggest ideas, it's spoken about all over the media. That kills innovators. It has happened with a whole lot of people. If they are truly innovators, they should know what I'm talking about. And I know if they are really innovators, they have been stuck in a situation where you have an idea, it only works in your head. You don't have any person who can put it down on paper and let it leave. So those are the main challenges that people have. Ideas and thinking, I bet they have. I bet they can think. But the problem is the platform and how safe is your idea. Will it be developed into the next level? Will you find people who are genuine, who will run with it, who will see it, identify, and not only keep it there, but run with it as well? So those are the two things that I'm sitting with. How do we price our ideas? How do we price? I've started a couple of businesses that I don't even know how to price them. I want to go into motivational speaking, but how do I price that? How do I tell an institution I'm coming in to do a presentation for your workers or for students or for whatever, but at what price? And you don't want to overprice because you're not going to come back. You don't want another price because nobody will take you serious. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a very good question. I feel like you read my mind, but I see that there's alignment. We are in the same space. Sis Mangele, please take it away.
Sure. For us, it was a lot of hits and misses. I remember being in a session at the Innovation Hub, and then they were going through our pricing, and then they were laughing because we were pricing 300 for a product. Literally, all of them were laughing, like, how are you going to make money? How much unit cost are you going to have to sell, for you to be able to and then reach, some elements of target? So one of the things I learned is first figure out what is going to cost you to deliver or to create or make that product. Then also look at the competition that are similar, if not the same, with you. And then the third pillar is talk to customers, because we just asked our customers, okay, this is the value we're bringing. What are you willing to pay for it? And then we realized that our value was more than what we thought it was. But then there's a whole process of doing calculations in a scientific accounting way where you can model the price. But the key pillar is being able to speak to the customer, speak into the market, and being able to get from the market for such services, what are they willing to pay? That's how we figured it out. We eventually interviewed 100 companies, mix of corporates, government, and whatever. And then ultimately that gave us a sense of, okay, this is how we should be costing. But then again, things change, things move, we add more value, and then you always have to relook at your pricing, evaluate it, and check if it's still at that level. But it also ties in with your brand as well. You have to decide the type of brand you want to become. Do you want to become a premium brand? That should be part of your pricing strategy as well. Or do you want to become an in-between brand? Or do you want to become a fast-moving, brand? Like in fashion, fast-moving fashion is more cheaper, but then there are premium brands who don't compromise, and their pricing is a certain way. So it's a navigation of a couple of things. It's not one thing that will then lead to pricing, but you have to look at all of those factors and then ultimately decide what market do you want to go for, and then that also inputs into your pricing strategy.
All right, great question and great answer. Absolutely. So it all falls within that SWOT analysis, right? We also, when you look at your marketing plan, where you look at your basic 4 Ps, where are you selling? How much are you selling it for? What is the product? So yeah. I know there's another question on this side. My lady.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mpuo Motepa. I'm a Mosotho citizen. I come from the organization Young Women of Africa. So I was here earlier this month. We were having an agrofeminist trade expo and summit for this year. So fortunately enough, what the conversations that we're having here are almost similar of the conversations we were having at the trade expo. I want to come to Ntate here because I feel like what we also missed out is patenting our businesses. I think that is very important so that no matter where you pitch your business at, you know it's safe, you know you can pursue a lawsuit. Moving away from that, I am also an entrepreneur. I have a general suppliers company, and I wish Mel was still here so that I could ask her, like, how do we go around this? Because I'm a very creative person, and I just feel like if I have this mentality of once I see an opportunity, I should try to grab it. I don't know where it's going to take me. It might fail, it might succeed. So it's me at my age, I'm 25, at my age, and I'm trying to find my feet, like what's important, what to do. So what I struggle with, it's consistency of these things that we want to do. Like, what's the challenge? Like, what's the limit? What is the threshold for me to can say, okay, let me stop here, let me focus on these things, like in terms of putting myself together, because I feel like if you're not put together, nothing will work out. I think that's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Ms. K, you want to take this one?
Let me just say that I really understand where you're coming from. Like, that's what most entrepreneurs go through on a day-to-day basis. As you know, entrepreneurial journey is very, very lonely. Sometimes you find yourself not knowing who to talk to or who to call to, who to ask for advice. But places like the AB4IR with their incubation programs, they kind of help you to have some kind of mentoring that they'll be able to guide you if you're going on the right directions or if you're derailing. And the other thing as well is to be I would take this from me, like every time when I see that I'm about to hit rock bottom or just something there's an obstacle coming towards me, I always say, okay, I need to kneel down and pray and ask for guidance. And that's the only thing that I think also helps me to really push forward.
Absolutely.
I'm very, very sorry. Part of my question, I forgot the very important part. When I see Africa, I see 54 countries. Like I said, I come from Young Women of Africa. So I'm here representing, like, what's my take when I try to draft the report? Like, okay, how is this going to AB4IR going to benefit all women in Africa? I think that was also important too, because you see, I'm from Lesotho. I'm not even in this country. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Over the years, while attending, the Worldwide Women in Incubation, Innovation and Technology Summit, we've always spoken about having your own board. And I think that's something quite important that we must mention. When you have your own organization, it's also important that you have your board of advisory, where you go for your sanity check and just to get that guidance. So if there's something that you need to note down as well, maybe note that to say when you need to make a decision, when you need to make, a call on, do I can this project or do I park it or do I start with a new concept, or okay, the process is here, we input and then it's in the process and then here's the output. Oh, I've got the idea, I've got the output, but from there, from A to C, B needs to happen and what's happening in B. And sometimes, I think to Abuti's point, it's in your head, you see it, you envision it. So having a board of directors, a team of people who are able to help you make that, significant decision, that's where it happens, even in corporates, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect, but the biggest giants of companies, including your telecoms and any other corporate that you can think of, there's board of directors that sit where on an annual basis, quarterly basis, should there be a new strategy? Is it strategy 2030 that's coming in? The board must sign it off because the board understands the mission of the company, the vision of the company. They understand where strategically the company is going. So always just think of that ecosystem of yours that is there that you can always kind of have a sounding board. Okay, I know we've got another question. Do you have a mic there by you? Okay. Any more questions? Maybe I missed a hand somewhere. Okay, noted. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Lungile Tobejani. I am with ISAP. So my question is to somewhat both ladies, but yeah, mostly you. I wanted to ask, I think ties in with the proverb of the day that you go alone, you go fast, you go with someone, you go far. So then what's your guys' golden rule or like methodology for identifying people to go far? Because I'm a mentor and I've worked with so many first year students who I can tell that this one, wow, the potential and the mindset is beautiful, but he's a bit of a drinker or he's a bit of a womanizer. So his current, who he is in the season is not who I can work with, right? So what is the golden rule for identifying people who can go far with you?
That's a good one. First of all, we don't do interviews in our organization. You come and spend the day with us, because partly to that, you can never really know, a person just from that 15-minute interview. It's amazing how in that day you can really see a person and what they are. We don't go for eloquence or well-spoken, and we find that people that are actually not well-spoken are the ones that actually get the job done. We find that people that are like me, that are very spoken, don't get the job done. So that's how we get to really see a person. So we want to see people, we want to meet them. We tell them, you're not coming for an interview. You're coming for you also to assess out if we are a fit for you or not. That's how we identify if these people are going to be our people. We give them tasks, they work with us for the day, and then just by seeing them and how productive they are, how they engage the other team members, then we can see that, this would be part of a fit. The other thing, I don't make decisions alone, I make decisions with my team, always. If my team doesn't agree, I don't do it. So that's one of the ethos that I have as well. So everything we do, we discuss, we agree, and then if we're executing, then I know that everybody's on board and they buy into what is it that we are doing. So these are some of the things we use to be able to identify people. So no interviews, you come and spend the day with us. And then most importantly, the team must be part of the decision-making process, because those people are going to work with the team. And if they can't work well with them, then it means that they're not going to be a fit for us or for our organization. That's essentially how we make decisions about people and how we make decisions about absorbing people. When it comes to partners, they have to share the same value system as me. And you can tell very quickly when you meet people if you are aligned in terms of your value system. As Ms. Sipagazi said earlier on, you said it as well, you have to have your own personal values. So if people are chasing money or they're always about, let's just chase that ching, and then I know these are not my people. As much as I want to make money, but I want people that talk about impact, that talk about impacting our communities and young people. So that's also part of the decision-making process we go through to decide on partners as well. Because it's not just about employees, but also with partners as well. Yeah.
On my part, I meet with clients, and my value is I don't see my clients as like a currency sign, but I'm building relationships with them. So for me to build relationship, it's also goes through, it penetrates to, they know that whatever that I bring as Pixel Crayon Media, the value that I hold is it has that human touch. Like I will talk to them as if that they are the only clients in the world. I don't have any others, and they will find themselves calling me at 10 at night just to go through an idea or just sit and talk with them. I just don't jump into creating whatever that they want. We just sit and talk and just to understand their angles where they're going through. So that's my value.
All right, thank you. So we're seeing that, values are quite important, identifying your values, also being self-aware to say, this person or this organization is not aligned with our values, which is very important, and also falls within your SWOT analysis, right? So let's remember that, diagram is quite important. My good sir over there, I know you had a question.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Zolang Nisha. I'm a financial planner by profession, co-founder of a financial planning practice all the way from the windy city of Gqeberha. My sisters, it's one thing to start and build a business, but another to preserve and to grow and preserve it over time, particularly in the context of creating intergenerational wealth. My question to you is, how do you think about building a business that can last for generations? How do you think about, using the right structures to ensure that what you've worked so hard to build doesn't disappear, which is typical of African-owned promising businesses?
Are you going to sell me Keyman Insurance? Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, that's what keeps me up at night now. So it's as if you heard me in the car with my colleague chatting about how do we make sure that at the end of the day, whether I'm here or not, the business continues. And yeah, it's a very important part of what we are thinking about. But there are many ways we're thinking about shares, we're thinking about schemes, we're thinking about investors as well as part of the process to make sure that our business can live longer and then get a board of directors. There's a number of things we're thinking about, including insurance as well, to say, God forbid, should I go, how do we make sure that there's the right insurances that will cover the employees and keep the business going, even when we are not there. So it's a very important thing, I believe. I always look at Ford, Toyota, they've been around for more than 100 years. And I'm like, how do we get there and make sure that we are able, yes, we are able to sustain. We're also going through an ISO certification, by the way. Now that you say systems, processes, we realize that a key part of growing and sustaining a business is not just only, the paperwork and the structures, but it's also having the right systems in place. The business must work even if certain individuals are not there. So it's one now that's not making me sleep. And yeah, I'm looking forward to working more on it, but I realize that it's a mixture of things. It's not just one thing. Yeah.
Because she really took some of the things that I'm also learning with getting familiarize myself with the whole financial and longevity and legacy of the business. I've looked into how to use that with, what do you call this thing? We call it trust. Opening trusts, opening doors for people to buy shares, also having a board of members, like having a company constitution that abides to that whole preserving of the business to last that long. So at that moment, I'm on that learning curve, trying to figure out how to juggle that, but I'm not there yet. Thank you.
All right, any more questions? Okay, I see we don't have additional questions. I do have one, and my one is really based on, exactly the sustainability, but also identifying your board of directors, because Osmangele, you mentioned it as well. It's quite important. We know that people can be sneaky and weird, but how do you then go about identifying those? I know that you would probably need somebody who is in finance and legal, someone who is in HR, but how do you build that board of directors, that sounding board, your advisory board that every now and then you would go to on a quarterly basis for your quarterly reviews for your business, etc.?
I don't have the formal way of how to build, because I'm also still learning about, building a board and so forth. But what we have done is we've got an ecosystem of people that we've been going to for advice for a very long time. In America, in Europe, in Canada, I've got a few people that I talk to that specialize in different things, but I'm always aligned with people that are more into tech and how to scale tech. And I think that's the type of ecosystem I'm in right now, where I get a lot of advice and guidance. But in terms of building a board, we are not there yet, but I have an inclination of the type of people I want to bring. First of all, I would want to bring someone who would care about my people, who'd care about the team, who'd care about what we have currently, and people that I know that if anything happens, they'll be still able to continue with, the structures of what we are doing. But again, it's the value system conversation as well. Bringing in people that have the same thought process around how we do things and what we do. But the idea, I think, for me is the one thing I want to bring people that are going to care about what we have currently, and then bring people that are going to help us scale, and then bring people that are going to bring funding, because then a business, for it to grow and scale and thrive, also requires an element of funding. Yeah, but I'll definitely, what I'm getting from today actually is I need to go speak to the right people about formalizing, putting those structures in place, because I've been thinking about it, but I just haven't been in a momentum or a movement of putting it into action. But whoever we decide to bring must care about what we are doing, and must care about scaling, and it must care about us being able to get some elements of funding, and must care about the community, because whatever we build, we always want to be inclusive of the community and make sure that our own young people are always accessing our services and not just care about money. If you look at, is it Apple, you can see that the narrative is always about shareholders. It's not about users. As a result, the product is not, keeping up as it used to in the past. And these are some of the things that I worry about, that I need to bring people that understand the impact that we still want to make. Even if we're a tech company, yes, we want to make money, but we care about our community, we care about our continent, and scaling also in the continent, not just in other countries only.
Absolutely. I like the fact that you spoke about, scaling. And I'll bring this on to you as we close off the segment. How important is scalability, and how does one, strategize for it?
Well, how can I put this? Like she said, that you have to identify people that you trust and those who understand your brand. Most importantly, even though you're building relationships with different people, also you have to surround yourself with people who understand why we're doing what we're doing. So if you scale it up to the people that you want to be around the circle, are the ones who understand the brand and the purpose of the brand. So if you don't have such people and they're always looking at other things, that's where you find yourself running short of a lot of things. But yeah, that's my take to it.
All right, last question. And this question, I promise, it just creeped into my mind now. There's social media. You run a media company. There's social media. Everybody's an influencer. Everybody can use a camera. There's camera sticks everywhere. People are videoizing everything everywhere. Device companies, mobile devices are coming up with like really amazing cameras. I just saw recently now another OEM is, got a camera that pops up and you can just pull it up and it's a metal. So how do you then remain relevant as a media company in this digital economy or this digital space where you've got your TikToks, you've got, what is it, clip cap, what is it called? The one, cut cap, that one, where you can just clip videos together, create your own content. People are making movies, got a phone, so how do you as, a media company stay relevant?
Remember, it's all about your brand and what you stand for. So sometimes you can't compete with what's working for others. You have to find a niche where that works for you. We haven't found that yet at Pixel Crayon, because we see everybody's all over, like post every day, post, or do something else. So you just have to understand who your market is and how they react to your product. And with this, let me tell you something, those are gadgets. You can do with your phone, with the expensive cameras, you can do anything. But if you don't have a content, then you're as good as nothing. So you have to understand that what you're doing, you're not competing with others, but also to improve yourself or improve your company. It's not a contest. I'll put it like that. Like, you don't have to compete all the time, but also understand the people that you're giving the service to. Are they the right people to give that out? Or are you just derailing and chasing that red chase all the time, and then find yourself not knowing where you're going.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, ladies, gents, let's give the ladies a huge round of applause for the Diva Spotlights. Thank you so much. This was really insightful. Oh, so sorry, so sorry. I want to hear from our audience. Do we have mics? I just need 3 or 4 people. What has stood out for you today so far? What has been the one thing that you're like, this I'm taking home with? This is homecoming. This is something to write home about. Can I please get a mic there?
Hi again. So what stood out for me today was a purpose and resilient. For resilient is like it doesn't matter how you fall, but it's how you get up fast. So like whatever that you do and for the purpose that you have, you just like when you get to the top, you don't see like the good that you did because you always think about the obstacles that you faced until someone said it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Barry, you fall 99 times and you still get up on the 100th, right? You don't give up. You don't give up. You had a comment? I need one more person. Anyone? Okay, please go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and all protocol observed. I go by the name of Alaletsang Hilary Kunoti. I'm a member of the community around Mabopane. So my takeaway here from the event and what was happening here is that what's beneficial for me as I'm also working with things that involve the communities at large, especially in our region. So I'm convening for a book club. So when we find opportunities like this, these are some of opportunities that are needed for our people in the communities so that they can access such facilities that actually brings to them creativity and also knowledge and empowerment in their lives. So for the book club that I'm currently the chairperson of and the founder, which is in the neighboring community of Mabopane. So coming to such an event that has wonderful opportunities for the youth in our communities, it's something that I can say to me, it's a wonderful takeaway that tomorrow it might empower 1,000 people in our communities.
Absolutely, we love that. We love that. I've got a gentleman there at the back. Remember, guys, I did say, Hore, you know, today is about engaging. It's not just the people who are on stage. So I might just pick on you.
Good afternoon. I'm Modise Macheta. Actually, how I found out about this event, I was reading the news today. I'm a computer scientist. I was actually activating some of the businesses this side. I'm creating digital marketplaces. So now I actually came because in my circles, we're running short of women in coding, women in IT.
Listen to that.
And-
Wait, before you continue, please. Modise, when you are heaven sent.
Yeah, so I just came to see if I could find a way to access or help develop those skills in the ladies' world.
Look at that. You are at the right place at the right time with the right people. I love it. I absolutely love it. Modise, please do not leave without making sure that you get those woman coders. I absolutely love it. Just a question. With regards to the coding, is it in this specific area or is it nationwide?
Actually, there's a platform we created where we're recruiting everywhere, across the globe, across Africa. We're actually looking for as many as we can get.
We love that. We love that. You see, so also reading the news, being in touch with what's happening is important. Had he not listened to the news, he wouldn't know that we are here. But thank you also for the initiative and, just being
so impactful in terms of wanting to create change and also just being hungry to be in this space with us. So we really appreciate it. I know I said lunch is happening at 2. Don't kill me. Don't shoot the messenger. All right, I see our amazing mother is here. The mother of Pepper's Resilience and Wellness. Mam Sipokazi, anything for you, my mother?
I just want to assist with structure from that gentleman who had just made up a proposal. There's a lady, I'm not seeing her here, so my suggestion is that the institution itself, AB4IR, that you just meet up with and ask for UAMO, she'll be able to set up an appointment so that you meet up with AB4IR and see what sort of a partnership you could then establish. I'm just assisted if you're looking for volumes, then in that way, instead of you throwing seeds loosely, you rather go for a pipe that might give you the volume you require. Thank you.
Look at that. Purposeful, always purposeful. Martha, let's click our fingers for mommy. You deserve it, mama. You have shaken the room today. You have really shaken the room. All right, please. We are, trying to squeeze in one more item. I know that our lunch is slightly delayed. Do forgive me, but trust it is coming. Like Christmas is coming, right? Yes. So we are talking about women. It is, the tail end of Women's Month. I'm going to invite over Ms. Nomfez, Umam Nomfezeko Ntika, Director for Innovation and Digital Business, which is quite exciting, to tell us more about how women can continue to advance themselves as entrepreneurs. So please, let's put our hands together for Ms. Nomfezeko. All right, tech team, if you can please pull up the presentation, please. Thank you. Is this it? Okay, is this the latest one you've received, John? All right, maybe let us just quickly get that presentation up. But while you come up, Mum, for your introduction, we'll then put up the slides for you. One more time, please put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Protocol observed. It's very late in the afternoon. My name is Nomfezeko Ntika. I am the Director for Innovation and Digital Business in the Department of Small Business Development. I'm waiting for my latest presentation to be flighted. So what we do in the unit that I lead, we develop, as you might be aware, that the department is on the policy development arm. It's on the policy development side of the ecosystem. When I talk about ecosystem, I talk about ourselves as the department and SETFA. We have a new policy that has just been approved now. It's a IBDS policy, Incubation and Business Development Services policy. So the policy is looking at different challenges. It's looking at solving some issues in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Those issues include lack of coordination. We have noted that there are many players in the ecosystem that are assisting small businesses with incubation, but there's no coordination. The system is fragmented. We don't know who's giving what kind of support to whom. So that is one of the issues that or matters that the policy is trying to solve. the policy is also one of, or another key part of the policy is the professionalization of the incubation ecosystem. We want to introduce what we call a national accreditation framework, which will accredit the business advisors that are in our incubation centers. As you know, that we are supporting over 110 incubation centers through CETFA, which is our implementing agency. But what we have noted is that the quality of support is different depending on the location. Those that are in the rural locations are having a better quality business development support compared to those that are in the urban areas. The quality in the urban areas is better. So that means those that are in the rural areas are disadvantaged in some way. So when we introduce the national accreditation framework, all the business advisors in the incubation centers will be trained and get the same qualification and certification, so that wherever they are posted, they give the same quality of support in order for us to address the issue of inconsistent support. So we are also trying to address the issue of post-incubation support, because we've noted that the graduates from incubation centers lack support post-incubation. So there is no gradual release of them in terms of giving them support. As soon as they are done in the incubation, with the incubation program, there is no support for them. And most of them, they just disappear in the system. So we don't know what they do after the incubation, after the incubation program. So the policy is also trying to address that issue. We are also trying to address the issue of value chain, integrating the small businesses into the value chains through the value chains, where the small businesses are going to be linked with big businesses or established businesses. They are going through the ESD. We are trying to engage big businesses so that they can take the incubated small businesses, give them, train them, and then give them opportunities to, for instance, produce something for them in a structured way. So we are trying to solve those issues. We also have our strategy, which is an incubation digital hub digital hub. Let me just call incubation strategy. So there we are trying to ensure that our centers become high impact, our incubation centers become high impact centers where they are focused on innovation. So what we have noted is that small businesses that are incubated are producing things that are already saturated in the market. There's no innovation. So we are trying to make our incubation centers to be innovation driven. What we are doing in that, as part of that, we are developing what we are calling incubation innovation program, where we are speaking with universities and research councils to get the IP that is there, or the research that is there. Is publicly funded research. So we are speaking to them to give us that IP, so that we can give it to the small businesses for commercialization. But obviously we will matchmake, we will identify those that have capability and capacity to get those technologies that have been developed through the research at the university. So we are in that process. I think my presentation is up now. Is it this the presentation? Where is the chair? Is it not this one? What is going on? Okay. Okay, so I'm still talking about this. I think this is giving me an opportunity to also talk about other things that we are doing. So with this one, so as you know that the universities, they do this, the research, they convert their research to IP. It's fine. Is it the latest one? Okay, that's fine. You move it. Wait, oh. Okay. Let me start with my presentation in the interest of time. Oh, I can't even see. Oh, sorry. If I can just start with a contextual background of women entrepreneurship, the issues that are faced by women in general, more especially in the entrepreneurship journey, they face women are key drivers of economy, yet they face multiple systemic barriers from accessing finance to owning land. Women's significant contribution to GDP and job creation tend to be undervalued and underappreciated due to historical systematic undervaluation of unpaid care work. Women in their diversity are disproportionately excluded from productive resources, that is land, capital, technology, etc. Many women in townships and rural areas tend to resort to necessity entrepreneurship instead of opportunity entrepreneurship. I think most of us know about this, that women are primary caregivers at homes, so most of them, they sell or they get into entrepreneurship out of necessity and not out of passion. It is estimated that women constitute more than 60% of informal economy in South Africa. It is estimated that less than 6% of public procurement went to women over the past 5 financial years. Women have proven to diligently honor funding obligations, yet still face exclusion and unequal access to credit. We know there's a clear link between economic exclusion and the prevalence of GBVF, which is gender-based violence and femicide. Therefore, empowering women economically is key to breaking this cycle. Just quickly on the mandate of the department, I will not go in all the slides. I'm not going to talk about the slides. Let me just go to the mandate. We are mandated to lead and coordinate an integrated approach to the promotion and development of entrepreneurship, small, micro, and medium business and cooperatives to ensure an enabling legislative and policy environment to support growth and sustainability of these businesses. Targeted interventions aimed at increasing the participation of women-owned enterprises. I'm only going to talk about those that are managed within DSPD. My colleague, Ms. Pele, is going to talk about those that are at CETFA. As you know, that CETFA is our implementing agency. So some programs are managed in the department, some at CETFA. So in terms of capacity build, we start with capacity building and non-financial support, where we do awareness raising and information sessions through workshops, road shows, and one-on-one engagements. We do mentorship and coaching pre and post funding for pre and post funding sustainability in partnership with expert organizations such as Productivity South Africa. We also conduct compliance workshops in collaboration with other stakeholders. We also do diagnostic and funding readiness assessment, business advisory services that are mostly in the incubation centers. We also do quality productivity improvement support, testing and certification support in partnership with industry bodies and SABS. So this one, my colleague is going to talk about this one. I will start on this one. We have this funding. It's called Informal Micro Enterprise Development Program. It's 100% grant to informal enterprises operating in townships and rural areas. The maximum grant is 15,000. This grant focuses mainly on designated groups, that is women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The qualifying entrepreneurs are equipped with basic business management training, followed by a grant for the acquisition of equipment such as those that are shown there. Let me also talk about another one that is ours. This one is Cooperatives Development Support Program. The objective of this particular funding is to support cooperative enterprises with business-related assets, including working capital and business development support necessary to achieve production efficiency, scale up access to markets, and improve product quality to improve the sustainability of cooperative enterprises. This one, the small businesses here are supported with machinery, equipment, tools, raw materials, and so on. So this funding is still under review. The call will be issued soon. Business infrastructure support program. We also have this one. Its purpose is to support MSME cooperatives and municipalities with critical infrastructure, machinery, equipment, tools, and so on. It aims to enhance growth and sustainability of MSMEs and cooperatives. It also aims to promote township, rural, and peri-urban development. Funding options: applicants may apply for built infrastructure or refurbish or new structures from 1 million up to 23 million. You can also apply for equipment, tools, technology, and machinery. You can also apply for it can also be for energy support solutions. And then another one for us is this one, Asset Assist. So this one is designed to help MSMEs to acquire critical assets or equipment necessary for business operations and growth. It focuses on providing financial assistance or facilitate access to essential tools and machinery. It provides a grant to purchase equipment, machinery, and associated working capital to a maximum of 15% of the total capex amount requested. This facility is kept at 250,000 per small business. It aims to empower MSMEs by equipping them with tools and infrastructure. I will hand over. Because this program is about women empowerment. So I have also added some information on the interventions the department is taking to interventions the department is making to assist women. So we have this. We are making some. We are giving some support to GBV victims. As you know, that GBV was declared as a national disaster. I think it was last year by the president. So the department cannot fold arms and not support the women who are faced with these things. So this one we are providing some support here in collaboration with other partners in the ecosystem. We have prevention approach and mitigation approach. The prevention approach includes support to general population of women to prevent the likelihood of women being trapped in abusive relationship by providing financial and non-financial support. The approach includes, amongst others, regular information and awareness session for women entrepreneurs are linked to specific business, financial, and non-financial support instruments in line with their needs. In terms of mitigation, this approach is targeted to women who are already victims or survivors of GBV. So the approach includes collaborating with partners in the ecosystem, such as empowerment, organization partners, and other departments. So in terms of implementation of these interventions, we have what is called localization of the Women's Economic Assembly that is targeted to women in abusive relationships and working through the shelter network. Here we cluster survivor shelters for economic empowerment through training and handover of starter pack business equipment. We are obviously doing with other partners in the ecosystem. We also have Women Economic Empowerment Program expansion, which is to identify and link women-owned businesses. We identify and link women-owned businesses to exhibitions and other markets through Women's Day celebration, Women Trade Fair, ministerial events. We also strengthen the grassroots programs by providing targeted support to minority communities, such as Ravasterian communities. This one is replicated in all provinces. There's also diagnosis and profiling of women in the shelters to identify requirements. There's also linkages with relevant financial and non-financial financial intervention when we have identified them and where they are. There's also facilitation of information and registration of cooperatives and linkage to support so that they can be self-sustainable. So in conclusion, colleagues, the department, the programs of the department play a critical role in empowering women economically and supporting job creation across the country. These interventions are nationally inclusive with strong focus on township and rural economies, ensuring the opportunities reach historically underdeserved communities. Through these programs, women entrepreneurs gain access to productive assets, infrastructure, and other support they might need. The department remains committed to strengthening impact, to enhance, monitor, and address implementation challenges to ensure that this initiative continue to advance women's economic empowerment and inclusive growth. Thank you, colleagues. I think that is the end of my presentation. I will ask my colleague to also take you through the SETFA programs. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon. How are you? Good, good. I am Marlene Pele. I am a public servant. My purpose is to serve. I serve under SETFA. SETFA standing for Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. I don't know how many of you are familiar with CEDA. By show of hands, do you know CEDA? Do you know CIFA? Do you know CBDA? The three entities have merged into what we call SETFA. Yeah. So this is me, and this is what I do. So,
Ma'am Marilyn, sorry, just very quickly before you go on, apologies. Yeah, no. Yeah, I think just to note, straight after Ma'am Marilyn's presentation, we'll have a break. There's been a slight operational challenge with the catering service. However, just to ensure that we would be able to still have something light to eat, the team is currently working on that. So sincere apologies, unforeseen circumstance. At this present moment, very beyond our control, but just to ensure that there's safety and compliance for everyone, I'll just ask that straight after this, we go out, we go check out some of the exhibitors that are there while the team finalizes arrangements for lunch. No, I'm not saying take your time. Well, no, we are on time technically. But yes, in the meantime, I think let's continue to, learn more, network. Challenges do arise and we have to be agile. Unfortunately, it's just like when you are running a business, sometimes challenges, So sincere apologies from the organizing team for the delay. And we do hope that after this presentation, as we're networking, the issue will be resolved. Thank you for your understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll be with you for the next hour. As I was saying, so the three entities have merged into Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. And our merger happened in 1st of October, took place or was activated on the 1st of October, 2024. So in essence, this is what we do as SEDFA, what we offer. We offer financial and non-financial support to MSMEs. Né? So in essence is that how we offer this is that we are available. This is where we are located. We are available throughout the country. In total, we have 114 access points. Added to that, we have 119 incubation centers. So one cannot say that they're not familiar with SEDFA, and one cannot say they have not come into contact with SEDFA as entrepreneurs, because really it will be an injustice to what we are trying to build together with DSBD. I tend to be interactive when I present because I don't want the audience to fall asleep. So then I will ask you, how many of you have approached or have received support from former CIFA, from a CEDA, and from a CBDA? Now it is us testing whether we are impactful on the ground. By show of hands. So I'm gathering that we are talking to emerging entrepreneurs. So we are talking to women who are still at the starting phase of their businesses. Okay, then you are in the right room, because this is where then you'll get the information in terms of how to avoid barriers or how to avoid challenges that were faced by other entrepreneurs while they were starting. I always say that information is key. So how you access our product and services, it's like I said, through our 114 co-locations, and AB4IR is also part of SEDFA. It's an extension of SEDFA. So what I'll be speaking to here, in terms of the programs that we provide, you'll be able to access them through AB4IR by referrals as well. They're able to refer you to your nearest SEDFA branch to can receive the services. So this is the model that we follow as SEDFA. We have what we call business talk, business start, business build, as well as business grow. So basically what it speaks to, the phases that we have, is to say we have programs that are geared to supporting a business before they can even formalize. You could be operating as in an informal economy. So as SEDFA, we are able to then move you from operating in an informal economy into a formal economy. So how we do this is that you'll approach one of our branches, you'll come into contact with our information officer. The information officer, you will engage with them in terms of your idea that you have for your business. And then she or he will register your proposal. And then after, you will be allocated to a knowledgeable business advisor that will then guide you in terms of and be with you throughout the journey of your business in terms of the support that your business can receive from SEDFA based on what based on the SWOT analysis and the needs that we have identified for your business through the business analysis. So it's important that your business advisor conducts a business analysis on your proposed business so that we're able to then provide solutions to those challenges. We further do support emerging businesses with a registration. So we tend to come across women-led businesses, youth-led or owned businesses that are saying, Marlene, I'm struggling to move from informal to formal. I need funding. We are in this to make money, first and foremost. yes, we are to serve, but then we're not volunteering. We are entrepreneurs. So then we say, Marilyn, kindly please, can CEDFA assist in terms of registering my business, especially engaging with the youth? And I say yes, CEDFA can assist with supporting you with the registration of your business through CIPC. So we do support that process, and we further do support the process of ensuring that you are compliant with SARS. So that is the regulatory compliance that every entrepreneur, formally registered entrepreneur, must adhere to. So we do support in that. So also, allow me to speak to the business formalization. I've already touched on that. Then we move to the market development. It's important also from your side as a business that before you even go into a business, and here I'm referring to the informal sector, there must be a need. What problem are you solving? We don't go into a business because now I tried applying for a job and then it is said that unemployment statistics in South Africa are very high. So let me just try my luck, because that doesn't speak to your purpose. And chances of you leaving or deserting that business that you intend on starting once you get employment are very high. So we try to discourage people to start businesses unless they are passionate about and unless they are solving a problem. So solving a problem speaks to the market development. Market development is that as you are solving a problem, whose problem are you solving? Because it's in you solving a problem that you'll be able to make money. As you heard my minister saying, sifuna ukwenza imali eningi. So in you solving that problem, you are to generate profits and generate an income for yourself. So, so now you identify your market and you study your market as well as your competitors. Somebody asked about pricing. How you price your product is one needs to do a marketing feasibility. So I would encourage that person to approach the CEDFA offices and ask that very question and ask for support in terms of how do I price the service or the product that I provide as an emerging enterprise. Because remember, as much as we want to get to the top or we're making our way to the top, as I said that this is our CEDFA client journey. You cannot start, if I say I want to be a speaker, and I'm a speaker, I'm also into, I support businesses with guidance and strategies like Vusi Tembekwayo. Should I start at the rate that Vusi is asking for? No, you are reaching above your weight. Yeah? You start small. And that's how we operate. And that's what actually the MSME stands for. M standing for micro. So once you start, you're starting as a micro business. Then you move to a small to a small business. Then it will be medium, and then you'll transition to now approaching DTIC as they support large businesses. But not to really lose my track. So it's important that you understand what other businesses in your range, your competitors are charging. And also as equally important is to cost your input material in whatever, whether being a service, you cost your time. Time is money. Don't we always say that, oh no, I have to be somewhere, time is money. So you cost your time, the time that it takes you to deliver the service, you cost it. So basically that's what I'm saying in terms of understanding the market, finding yourself in the ecosystem. Like for example, today you being here, you are among the entrepreneurs, among the stakeholders that would then support you and enrich you with information on how to move forward. One tends to say that being an entrepreneur, it's a very lonely journey. You know, it feels like I'm by myself. So that's why people are quick to then quit. So I'm saying it doesn't have to be a long journey when you have SETFA by your side. So it's a matter of you approaching us and us supporting you. So then I move on from market development. We do provide the services to support you with that. I move to business scaling. You know, in a business journey, it's not easy to move, or it's not automatic for one to move from being a startup to being a small business now, from being micro to being a small business. Because remember, what will propel your growth? It will be the market. So one cannot speak to growth when you have not expanded in the services or the product that you provide. For example, I am born and bred from Atteridgeville. I'm very passionate about being from Atteridgeville. I'm a township girl. I still reside in Atteridgeville, and it is by choice. Yeah, so I do serve the community, and how I serve the community basically is through providing this information to the youth mostly, because the youth are the people that are close to my heart, as well as women-led businesses. And I don't mean to discriminate. It's a Women's Month, by the way. So being from Atteridgeville, if I want to scale my business, already I'm known and I'm doing well as a micro business in Atteridgeville. I would then scale it to where? I will scale it to the nearest community would be Lodium. If not Lodium, I will scale it to Pretoria West. If not Pretoria West, Sochplata. Huh? I'll scale it to, so that's how you grow. And as you grow, meaning that you would need more resources for your growth. And to say that SETFA does assist in terms of your growing journey. Remember, when you move from Atteridgeville to Lodium, you would need additional capital to be able to deliver to the demands of the Lodium community. And if you further move to Soshanguve, Mamelodi, it means that you would need what? Imali. So SETFA is there to assist you in terms of your growth when you grow, in terms of your market. But not only that, we do support you in when you want to grow beyond the Republic. To say that SETFA assists me in identifying potential markets for this prototype that I have invented. I was able to be supported, for example, by Tia. I'm giving an example as a youthful woman or women in entrepreneurship, and I happen to be youth, so I'm falling into both categories. Not that I'm forcing to be youthful. I may not look like it, but then, yeah, for illustration purposes. So one might say, so SETFA assists me in identifying markets for this product of mine, the digital tech product of mine. And then what SETFA has is what we call trade missions, working together with our mother body, the DSBD, Department of Small Business and Development. My minister was clear. So we are working with them on the program that they have, which is ASBET, in terms of identifying local markets as well as international markets to position and expose our digital tech and all other sectors, MSMEs, to new markets. And that's where then you have the possibility or potential of meeting an investor into your business, a possible investor into your business. And we do not just send you to international market without capacitating you with the skills that will allow you to pitch your business. I don't know how many of you are able to pitch their business on the spot. Can I test? Should I just point at anyone? No? Okay, so for you to access market, you should be able at least to do an elevator pitch. Why is it called an elevator pitch? Because you only have a minute in an elevator. For example, if I were to get onto an elevator and move from, normally I move from ground floor to third floor. It will be a minute. And if you find yourself in the space of Mr. Patrice Mutsepe, that is your opportune moment to pitch your business. And we are capacitating the SMEs with exactly that skill so that when they find themselves in a space where they can sell themselves to a potential investor, they're able to do it in a minute to lock that investor. And then you don't have to really struggle to say, hi, Sedfa, I'm still waiting for the committee to sit. Already, you have found a potential investor. Yeah? So we do that. So what else is there? Okay, now we are getting into what I'm responsible for. I am responsible for the following programs. Quality management program. So our program basically funds, but then we don't give you money. But then we finance, this intervention is financed by us, 100% financed by us. So if you have a product, for example, you are in catering, I shouldn't say catering. If you are in agro-processing, or if you are producing body products, yeah, or cosmetics, so we are able to support you working together with SABS in testing the product that you have manufactured or you have produced. We are supporting you for this intervention because it is upon us as government to ensure that whatever product that MSMEs are taking out or are selling to the public, it's safe. So for us to provide you with this intervention, you don't really have to be operating for 2 years or 5 years. All you need to do is to register your business, be tax compliant, and in terms of tax clearance certificate, being in possession of the tax clearance certificate, and then you can approach us. We do this in like I said, in collaboration with SABS. And we further assist MSMEs or women-led businesses with the implementation of management systems, accreditation, and certification. Are entrepreneurs familiar with ISO standards? Correct, yes. So we do support you. And these are the standards that will also enable you to scale. Because, for example, let's say this body product of mine that I've tested with SABS, and SABS has given me a report to say the product has passed its shelf lives and other antibodies that they were testing for, or the chemical reactions that they were testing for in terms of how then the product would react on a human body. Then I would then move to getting certification for the product. That's where you see products having SABS stamp. So there is testing and there is certification. Certification is where you have the SABS stamp on your product, meaning that your product has been certified by SABS. So we do assist you with that. And then once you have done that, you say, no, I've been operating nicely in Atteridgeville. Now I want to get my product. I don't want to sell from my booth anymore. I want to get my product on the Clicks shelves. So now you see Clicks will have its requirements for your product to be eligible and qualify for being on its shelf. So you'll find that some of the requirements will speak to the stamp, will speak to then the processes of how you are producing, the product itself. you know? So that's where then we come in and we assist. So for, yeah, basically those would be the requirements for implementation of management systems and accreditation and certifications. The requirements are as follows. You must have been operating in Attersville and turning over, not necessarily Attersville, I'm still on my example, and turning over 500,000 per annum for you to can qualify for this implementation of management system, meaning you must indicate that if clicks were to say to you, produce 80,000 or 110,000 or whatever thousands of that product, and the market is consuming your product fast, you will be able to then get funding and produce. So in essence, we are testing whether your business can afford to produce, no? And you are at the right stage where we can assist you with this system, because it is a very costly system. And I did say that we are paying for it 100%, but we're not transferring money into your account. Ne? So we then move to the other program that I'm responsible for, which is the productivity improvement. Once you have your factory in Attersville, and now you want to put together a productivity layout in terms of how your manufacturing process will unravel, how it will you know, move from one stage to another. We work together in providing this service. We work together with Productivity SA. So the program that we deliver to MSMEs, it's the Lean Principle program. And this is to ensure that in your production line, you are able to measure your productivity, meaning how quickly does your employees, or do your employees, how quickly the layout of your plan, and how quickly do your production line respond, and how many units, because remember your production line, the effectiveness of your production line speaks to the output that you have as the products that you ultimately have packaged and sent out. So it measures that, and if they areas in your production line where you are losing time because of the structure of how your production line is positioned, then the practitioners will guide you to say, how about you position it in this manner so that you are able to then maximize on the time lost. So we also further identify, we train you on how to identify waste in the production process. So if your machine, how it's connected, it wastes products or ingredients, will identify that. If your employees are very wasteful on the production line, we'll be able to then identify that for you. But then we are teaching you of ways, capacitating you in terms of knowledge. As I said, knowledge is power, on how to best identify such areas and further analyze productivity problems that you might have in your business, as well as you analyze the problems, be able to then come up with solutions to improve the efficiency in the quality and the productivity level of your establishment, and as well as the quality of your product. And those underneath would be the other programs that are included in the productivity improvement Lean Principle program, which is problem solving techniques, Kaizen methodology. There is a Kaizen methodology that is specifically designed for digital tech, as you are talking to the tech people, early warning system, and green productivity. So this is me now addressing the elephant in the room. Imali. Ne? Imali. So I've spoken to you with regards to what one needs to do before they can get to the money, or as they're starting as well, we do subsidize or we do fund. But then this is the program called Imbali for Her Fund. And how this program came about is through our minister, who then was engaging with women-led businesses. And as she makes her way across the country, trying to understand the needs and the hindrances and the barriers of small enterprise, because she was grappling with the fact that why are not micro businesses growing? Why are we not receiving startups as youth is unemployed? So as she was crisscrossing the country, trying to, make sense and get rationale around what is hindering growth in the MSME sector, engaging with women, she then got to understand that some of the women were saying to her, Minister, I'm able to grow my business, but what I need at this point in time, it's a start. If only you can help me start. So hence this program was developed to say, okay, fine, you want start. Then we're mandated to then put together this program where we look at the needs of startups, so that now starting will no longer, not starting because of money will no longer be the challenge for you, because Imbali for Her Fund is there. So basically what it does is that it promotes inclusive economic activities among women by providing financial support. It's a blended finance, meaning it's loans plus grant, meaning it's not only grant. For you to get to the grant, you must put skin in the game. Always say that. Put skin in the game. When uzangan. So you put skin in the game in terms of applying for a loan. And our rates charged on our loans are very minimum. So compared to the bank, I mean, minimum is relative depending on what institution you are comparing it to. So comparing it to commercial banks is very less. So it's a loan combined with a grant. So for you to get to the grant is what is 100% free. But before you get to the free, you must commit. And you are entitled to then say how much you need. We are not saying go for the entire 5 million. As you can see that it is up to 5 million. We are not saying that. Like an elephant, small bites. Ne? So you can start by saying, okay, for me as a startup for now, I think 100,000 will do. It's manageable. Remember, you are selling. So you cannot then come and say, no, I was unable to sell. You have conducted a market feasibility. You have gone through the SERFA journey. You have a business advisor. You have done marketing. We have assisted you with developing your marketing strategy. So you are well equipped. So 100,000 is what you can manage. And of that 100,000, there is a matrix that is used to determine the percentage. To say, for example, of the 100,000, the investors' officers are not here today. They would then determine how much of that is a grant. So let's say, for example, of the 100,000, maybe 30,000 is a grant, or 20,000 is a grant. So meaning if 20,000 in the grant, what you are paying back is 80,000. So basically that's how it works. But then it will depend on how much you are requesting for. And then, like I said, we are assisting early stage startups, meaning emerging businesses, starting businesses. We don't have, like, you can be registered today and tomorrow and approach us to say, can you please assist? But then we'll definitely assess the viability of your business model. And as she was crisscrossing the country, she was then also approached by other women saying, Minister, fine, I've started. Now I've been operating for 2 years, but then it looks as though I'm heading towards the 3rd year where the GEM report is saying businesses die because of financial constraints. They don't last beyond the 3rd year of their business. So you say, so they say, Minister, can you assist me just to get over this hurdle in terms of growing my business? So now, then the very same fund not only support early stage startups, but it also supports small businesses that are then wanting to scale, to grow, but to the maximum of 5 million. And then again, of course, you know, in any institution, in any program that the governments provide, one must be able to then meet the requirements. So the eligibility requirement for this product or for this intervention that we have, minimum 51% Black female owned, South African citizen, registered and tax compliant. These are your first entry requirements. Of course, as we assess you, we'll ask for your business model, and we'll ask for your financials as well. But for you, if you are ticking as a Black female-owned businesses, as you are seated there and you are ticking all these 3 boxes, and you are ready to say, SERFA, support me into with finance to activate my business. So basically, we are saying we are here to support you, and you meet the qualification. Basically, here is how our model works. Meaning, once you approach one of our SERFA branches, this is what will happen. I've already touched on this to say you'll be you'll be met by a consultant. You'll be assigned to a practitioner. Definitely, you'll get into a contract with us. You'll be on our database. We'll be part of your network. So this is me ending my conversation with you guys. I hope you are able to receive what I've communicated to you today, and it does not sit with you without utilizing it. It is said that information is liberating. I hope that today I have served my purpose by bringing the information to you, and I hope that the information that I brought to you liberates you, and you are able, if you are yet to start or formalize your business, this information that you received today, not only from me, but also from other stakeholders, propels you to move now. None? Yeah. Unemployment is real. We are looking to the youth to create the jobs of today and the jobs of the future. So all the best in your business ventures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Marilyn. That was very insightful. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I know it's been a long day. Let's take a bit of a break. Leg stretch. We've got the AB4IR drone academy outside. They're going to do a young demonstration for us. And then I'm hoping as soon as they're done with the demonstration, then we can grab something to bite and then close off our session with a panel discussion. Happiness? Awesome. Thank you so much. Can we please get some music in the meantime?
And the what's it? Money Mutia. Ikata umula mulela karigu is my body. And the what's it? Money Mutia. Ikata umula mulela karigu is my body. And now who and it? We have to come. Oh, my so bad. Really, I'm a body. And now who and it? We have to come. Oh, so bad. Liya mapolisa Lukana Unuga utria Ali Jerusalem Ndizane kituwe Lukana Unuga utria Ali Jerusalem Ndizane kituwe One Batukamuka omukozo batade Liya mapolisa Emna uweneta Liya batukamuka omukozo batade Liya mapolisa Lukana Unuga utria Ali Jerusalem Ndizane kituwe Lukana Unuga utria Ali Jerusalem Ndizane kituwe One
Babette a choisi.
Gine, never mina, never me. Never me. You never been and never me. Lento, it's Don't dance and shake. Yan doesn't be your yiga. Utando longaga hey. Andil wasna. Delon jongangai. Yandi bukam na baby. Cupid is your name, yeah. And I don't care what they say. Undana every day, every day. You're gonna come to Chongam every day. Ooh, every day, every day. And he woke up my baby every day. Love the way you love me. I love the way you love me. I love the way you love me. Ooh. Yan manga sana, uitata bentlis wenchena. I've never seen a love like this before. Untana ngompulo, nangole sitini, nangole sita, nangole sina, sita, nangom baby, get down, baby, every day. You love me every day. Never seen a love like this before. Ooh, Yantana, baby. Every day. So get to go so for me, love the way you love me. I love the way you love me. I love the way you love me. Ooh. I love the way you love me. I love the way you love me. I love the way you love me. love the way you love me. I love the way you love me. I love the way you love me. Mhm. Sweetie, uyisithanda senhliziyo yami kuwe wedwa othinta inhliziyo yami. Manginawe kushabalala zonke insizwa zami. Please come duze sixoxe nandabe mnandi. Oh, subu nemine kwale micabango yami. Please come to say sixoxe nandabe mnandi. Oh yeah, oh imali sixoxe nandabe mnandi. Hallelujah, I feel I'm falling in love again. Oh yeah, sixoxe nandabe mnandi. Samine love you, sweetie. Uyisithanda senhliziyo yami kuwe wedwa othinta inhliziyo yami. Manginawe kushabalala zonke insizwa zami. Please come duze sixoxe nandabe mnandi. Oh yeah, oh imali Baby, dance with me, come. Baby, move with me. Aisamalento, yokhohlisa abantu ngemfiswa yam ngemvo. Shaya ngathi ngaphakathi angidingi lutho, kodwa inhliziyo yona ifuna ukuremember. I try to let go of memories keeping me in my sidestep zone. If only I could be careful of mindless flows and try not to remember. Aisamalento, yokhohlisa abantu ngemfiswa yam ngemvo. Shaya ngathi ngaphakathi angidingi lutho, kodwa inhliziyo yona ifuna ukuremember. I try to let go of memories keeping me in my sidestep zone. If only I could be careful of mindless flows and try not to remember. Iskata, estingana namagwa, nankotisa lengan, ekotisa Taiwan, komtiantia. Kaba Hispana, es la lisma gamana, nankotisa lengan, ekotisa Taiwan.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for this year's Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit. We officially opened the AB4IR hub right here at the TVET Tshwane College. It's been absolutely amazing. We have had amazing speakers with us. And a big thank you for being with us today. Thank you so much for traveling, making sure that you are here. We can officially say that we were here, we did it, we saw it, and guess what? We officially opened it. Thank you so much to all our esteemed guests. We thank our stakeholders, our partners. Most importantly, a big thank you to all our board members. To the team, to the AB4IR team, I want to say to you, thank you for your dedication, your passion, your patience, and always showing up as a team no matter what. It really has been an insightful day. And most importantly, key takeaways is that we need to make sure that we are not just incubating, we're not just conceptualizing or innovating, but we really need to make sure that we are building for tomorrow. As the theme of today has led us throughout, this amazing day, reminding us that we need to lead with humility in everything that we do. As we lead, we need to lead with collaboration and make sure that whatever it is that we build, we are building sustainable solutions using technology. Let's remain innovative. Let's remain on top of the game. Let us be the game changers. With that said, baby, New York City. I did it. We'll do it again next year, same time, same place. Thank you so much. Please do enjoy your food, enjoy the goodie bag, and please join us again next year. Travel safely, stay blessed, and goodbye.